please welcome to the stage the chair of the Products of Design MFA program, Alan Chachinov.
Hey everyone. 12 is a fascinating number. It shows up all over the place. In measurement, there's 12 months in a year, 12 inches in a ruler, 12 hours on a clock, 24 in the day. This is my favorite clock. This is M & Company, called a skew. This is probably how a lot of us feel, maybe even today. 12 edges of a cube, but I don't know what's going on here graphically. Like, this is very troubling. You can laugh. Yeah, all right. In arts and entertainment, 12th night, 12 angry men, 12 angrier men, 12 really angry men with machine guns, and the 12-bar blues, and B.B. King and Lucille, which is beautiful. Although there are some people who are not a fan of the 12-bar blues. I'm going to try and read this. It's clear that blues is a genre of music that is steeped in tradition, and I admire that. However, the fact that such a large percentage of blues songs use the same dang progression seems neglectful to the spirit of creativity, which is what we're here today about, so I picked this out. Can anyone tell me what I'm missing? Thanks, fellas. Little gender there. And then Darkwing Duck says, I challenge you to be more creative in 1930s rural America. So told him, and then it's done great. It's great when done right, can be terrible when bad musicians play it boring. Try some of these with some great links to people like Albert King and Freddie King. And then at the bottom, this guy gets it. Fuck those bad musicians playing the blues boringly, which I have for our students because we talked about adverbs. I thought this was very creative. In so many places, the Knights of the Round Table. Here's for you design fans a rendering of the Knights in the Round Table as a watch. 12 vertebrae in the thoracic spine, 12 cranial nerves, 12 function keys in a keyboard, 12 stars in the European flag, 12 signs in the zodiac, and back to where we started, 12 jurors on a jury. I've actually never been on a jury. I just became a citizen, so, well, I guess now they're going to call me for sure, right? But it seems to me that the alternates are very, very important here, and so I was wondering if any of the first years want to be an alternate for today and just present and be done with it. Yes? No? Okay, we'll check in at the break. And then, of course, there is the beloved and entirely appropriate for today, the baker's dozen, right? So this is Walmart, and I think it's guaranteed fresh. And like, there's already 13 donuts in here, right? I don't know why they are selling it with this 18.5 lineal inches of dough. Like, we're already buying this thing. But the baker's dozen is super appropriate for today because designers should always deliver more than they promise. And they usually do. Particularly, this could be good to keep in mind today because you are likely to be a little bit overwhelmed. This department is unique in that we teach every flavor of design for every student at the same time. You're going to meet 15 of these amazing designers presenting signature work, but every single one of them is going to present all of these things, and there's lots of them. A literature review, user research and testing, subject matter expert research, speculative design, physical products, digital, social, service, branding, business modeling, design strategy, systems design, platform design, policy design, human-centered design, hopefully community-centered design, and very hopefully planet-centered design. And so definitely a metaphorical baker's dozen for today. And we're really excited to share that with you. Before we begin, some gratitude. Thank you to the families and loved ones of the class of 2025. I always like to start with the families. Thank you for, I don't know, entrusting us with your family members for 2 years. And today you'll finally find out what they've been doing in grad school, which is the comment that I usually hear in the lobby, and Jessica's smiling because she hears it too. And thank you to the families far away and all of our viewers on the live stream. Maybe we can turn around to the cameras and wave to the live stream people. There's there. All right, great, thank you. SVA Leadership, David Rhodes, Chris Cyphers, and Emily Ross. Program co-founder Stephen Heller, and really all of the other department chairs who have been so supportive over all of these, 12 years. our incredible department staff, Julia Knoll, Akshita Bawa, and Erica Chen. And can we some have applause for them, please? Yeah. Not only producing today, but really, all the time, even through the summer. Graphics and production today, Zai, Sophia, and Rohitha. Thank you. The entire Visible Futures Lab for all the support, helping the students realize their physical, three-dimensional instantiations of their theses and so much more. Social media and outreach, Emma, Tao Tao, Monty, and Ben, thank you so much. The entire SVA Theatre and tech team, and there's lots of them. So, a show is a complicated thing, and we're really, really grateful. We are here every year, and we really appreciate you every single year. And hopefully you're watching in the office and can give yourselves a smile. Our director and photographer, we have a new director, John Hennessy, who is behind that cinder block wall. So I don't know, maybe you can just sort of thank him through the wall and he can bang on the wall. And we have a new photographer, Eugene Goligorsky today. And where is Eugene? There he is there. So if you see Eugene, you can get him to take a new headshot if you're in the entertainment arts, or a family portrait or a portrait with your friends. We're really happy that you're both here. Our voice of goddess today, Monty Preston. Hey, Monty. Hey, Monty. Oh, no, we got to turn it on.
Hello, Alan.
How's it going?
It's going great, thank you.
Okay. Well, we're happy to have you.
Very excited to be here.
Anyone want to have their name spoken by Monty?
Yes. Sophia Haas.
Oh, amazing. Okay. Yeah, this is already great. Okay, good. Our just incomparable products of design faculty, several of whom I see in the audience. Thank you, thank you, thank you, forever. And particularly for today, our products of design thesis faculty who have worked with these students principally over the past year. Alexia, Christine, Chrissy, Emily, Alex, Sinclair, and Bill. Thank you so much. I want to thank today's graduates. Congratulations, and thank you for your commitment to your projects and everything that went into what you're going to share today. And I want to share a thank you with our next graduates. Thank you to the entire class of 2026, which is working this event. And we will see you right here in the same room in about 360 days. So sorry to scare you, but time to get started. Yeah. I know Sophia's worried. Yeah, maybe 350 days. Please tag us today. Hashtag 12, spelled creatively, at SVA POD on Instagram and other channels. And then if you like what you're seeing and you're like, there's someone who should be here or seeing this, please just send them to our homepage, easy to remember, productsofdesign.sva.edu. And the link to the live stream of happening right now is right there. You can also find us on our Instagram. We had so many live stream viewers last year, and it's really, we're very mission driven, and part of our mission is to get just the goodness of design out into the world. So if you want to share the link, please share the link. I think I see someone doing it right now. All right, and at the break, you can look forward to some dozen-themed food and treats. You can probably guess at a couple of those, but you're going to have to hang out till the break to see the rest of them. All right, so finally, thank you for sharing this day with us, and such a beautiful day. Very often, it's raining, actually, on Thesis Day, and today's a beautiful day, so we're happy that you're inside with us for all of it. We're so glad that you're here. Enjoy the show. Thanks.
Please welcome to the stage our first presenter, Zai Thakur.
Design excels at the beginning. We celebrate the launch, the unboxing, and the arrival, and the upgrade to something new. But when it comes to endings, when things age, break down, wear, or stop serving us, design often falls silent. That silence is what I set out to challenge. Hi, I'm Zai Thakur, and my thesis is called Rethinking Endings from Ownership to Stewardship. It explores what happens to objects we own when their usefulness fades, and how we might design those ends. So how do we define these endings? Growing up in India, I experienced repair not as a choice, but as a natural response. shoes were resold, buttons reattached, fabrics reworked into something new. It wasn't just a technical fix, but a practice of continuation, memory, and resilience. It was a way to value something we already had and acknowledge the labor embedded in our belongings. Ria Gokuru summarizes this really well. Most Indian households utilize everything and unfamiliar with the concept of waste. Even choosing to call it waste brings in a bias, viewing it as a problem to solve rather than a resource. But as the world globalizes, we often look westward for how systems are built. So I arrived here, curious to understand how people make these decisions around what's worth keeping. To unpack these decisions, I mapped a product's journey from an initial need to purchase and use. But once something breaks, we continue to use and troubleshoot till we reach the space where we evaluate whether this thing still belongs in our life. And at this evaluation stage, I found the most complexity, where guilt, effort, and uncertainty intersect. I spoke to several subject experts that work in the space of transition, a death doula, a mender, a taxidermist, to further understand how they parallelly look at ends as a means to begin. When spoken to a communications theory expert, he says the thrill of buying often fades quickly, and we're left with these impersonal interactions instead of thoughtful closure. And having a death doula's perspective was equally fascinating, as she mentions how there's no space nor vocabulary to discuss mixed feelings about people, places, and objects. It's almost like we feel the fray, but don't know how to name it. So to make space, I hosted a mending workshop, where I invited people to bring in a garment with a hole in it. And we spent an hour giving it a second chance. What surprised me was how that single fray became a catalyst to talk about people's relationship with repair. I wanted to memorialize these small acts of care, so I invited participants to stitch new labels onto old garments, turning everyday mends into markers of pride. And in the workshop, stories of repair began to surface, often unprompted, but it was always personal. It's like there was this quiet pride in remembering what had been fixed and who fixed it. So I began collecting these stories as repair recipes. Repair recipes invites users to browse stories of repair and share what they fixed and how they did it and what it meant to them. From stories about broken cameras to wooden chairs, these are real recipes produced from my workshop. It's part instructional, part emotional, almost this hybrid between a how-to and a mini memoir. So why an archive? I feel stories offer recognition, relatability, and reward. They create this feedback loop of, I could do that too. And archiving invites this slow browsing and values these imperfections. And recipes, this typology has always turned one person's action into a shared resource for others. But despite the sense of pride, repair still isn't people's first instinct. It's often an afterthought. What I kept hearing was this sense of conflict. People want to repair, but they feel stuck between the guilt and the guesswork. You don't know where to go, how much it'll cost, or whether this object is even worth saving. And that uncertainty, more often than not, leads to abandonment. Which led me to ask, how might we make repair easier to act on? Not as a moral obligation, but as a clear and supported choice. So, I designed Reap, a tool that helps users understand repair options, costs, and timelines before they give up on an object. Think of it as resi for repair, because uncertainty always breeds delay. First, you scan the item, you add key details about the object, and then Reap generates a transparent code and connects you to trusted repair services, making repair an easier and a supported choice. This intervention provides instant repair codes and vendor matching via WhatsApp for businesses by eliminating the uncertainty that discourages repair. And by creating a structured way to estimate and manage repair jobs, it was important that I create value on both ends. Reap also functions as a plugin. embedded at the point of purchase, but also at the post-sale journey. It offers proactive transparency around costs by directly connecting users to local repair options. But again, care doesn't stop at collective tools. While REAP supports decision-making at scale, I was interested to know how people might carry care forward on their own. What happens when support ends? That's when individual effort comes into focus. When people do decide to repair, I feel like their next step is usually the internet. They start searching for inspiration, but more often than not, what they find is often messy, inconsistent, and a little underwhelming. And to address this information overload, I designed So. It's simple. You log in a repair, you get guidance, and decide whether to DIY or get expert help. It essentially focuses on bridging the intention-action gap and builds habits around self-repair, and also aggregates information across the internet. The app guides you through the process, offering method suggestions based on type of tear and material, and your confidence around self-repair. Then it creates a task and tells you how much you saved by choosing to fix. It then guides you through a step-by-step instruction and gamifies the task by adding light rewards and make repair feel more satisfying and doable. And for those who want to take mending offline, So also delivers the physical tools for it. Stitch stands and stencils help mine minor rips and burns with care and visibility. To test this product, my friend brings me her favorite sweater. It's soft, worn in, with a little hole near her cuff. And instead of sealing it shut, I reinforced the tear without erasing the story that it carried. The hole is still there, but now it's sturdy and visible and proudly a part of my friend's garment. And because repair is a practice best shared, I passed the kit on, so the next mend is hers. Even with the right tools and clear guidance, repair still requires something less visible. Its intention. Which led me to my bigger question. What's a person's threshold to repair, or perhaps maintain? This also made me wonder, where do we silently part ways with our clothes? It was the laundromat. And the laundromat, to me, is a sacred space of transition, where things go in messy and come out renewed. And I wanted to intervene there during the wait, rinse, and spin. Time acted in my favor. The rinse and spin cycles became natural containers for reflection. And during these rinse cycles, participants wrote care pacts and their personal intentions about their garment, and came back to me during their dry cycle to reflect. While people expressed relief, voicing why they never wore a piece again, others expressed guilt about not knowing how to fix something. But the most common feeling was this desire to keep caring, only if someone gave them a place to start. And the laundromat gave them the permission. It really made me think about care, not just as a one-time act, but as a spectrum, one that varies by context, access, and mindset. So I put these all on a care continuum, from tools that support personal habits, to community-based reflections, to systems that enable care at scale, because sustaining care requires more than effort. It requires support, story, and structure. So I'll end with this. If brands give up on you post-sale, what do you do now? These interventions are my response. They're not answers, but options. And care, after all, begins with a choice. So thank you so much to everyone that helped me get here. I'm Zai Thakur, and if you have a favorite repair story, I'm all yours. Thank you.
It worked. The language, a care continuum, uncertainty always breeds delay. And you start, design excels at the beginning. I just love that this project is first today to start at the beginning with the end. So there were so many places where you could have focused, but you focused on garments. Can you tell us a little bit more about that decision?
Sure. I think it took me more than 6 months of like the first semester and the summer to really narrow down and sort of like with this process of elimination. Clothes also felt like the easiest entry point emotionally with care, because it's just people need to be remembered that they care about their clothes. It's just that. And it was easy to build that innate care and not build it from scratch.
Yeah, and the raw material or the contextual material, the laundromat, I just think is so brilliant. I think I noticed someone said that, this hoodie's known me so long, or it knows everything about me, and then I thought it was just like it knows too much about me. That's an interesting place where people are hanging on to clothes that you had said about this uncertainty, and it delays. This project needs to keep going, or I want it to keep going. Can it? And do you have in mind any next steps?
That's the plan, hopefully. I think I found a lot of value in testing my ideas and testing these out in the real world, so I want to continue doing that. And I think Reap is a two-sided marketplace, speaking to repair shops, people that repair. I think that's what's given me the idea to make this close to real, and I hope to get further there.
We talked about you having your sewing kit at the lobby for the break, but we forgot to tell people to bring something to mend.
I'm taking orders.
There you go. Thank you, Zai.
Thanks.
Please welcome to the stage our next presenter, Jingyi Zhang.
Hi. Let's tell a story about myself. When I was 5 years old, I was terrified of hospital. The smell of alcohol vibe, the cold sterile wall, the silence in the hallway. Everything made me feel like being sick was a kind of punishment. And what scared me the most was not knowing what would happen next. The fear of losing control stayed with me as I grew up. And today, it's become the starting point of my question. Hi, my name is Yining Zhang. Today, I will talk about the Thesis, Children's Medical Adherence, designed to alleviate medical fear in children. In pediatric care, the hardest part is getting children to willing cooperate. Do they trust the treatment? Are they willing to follow through? Do they feel safe? It's what we call medical adherence. Children's fear is a primary reason for low medical adherence. Fear leads to resistance. Resistance leads to delay, anxiety, even refusal. It's harmed both treatment today and trust tomorrow. So I began to wonder, can we break through fear and rebuild the treatment experience that children can truly trust? To answer this question, I start with children. I hold a workshop at primary school called The Hospital of My Imagination. I asked them to draw their ideal hospital environment and medical staff, and they draw the pictures I will never forget. They draw the cheese hospital with soft, round, corner-free equipment. Someone drew a rocket-shaped hospital with the farthest medical service, robot guides, and smiling doctors. The draw showed them real feelings. They want comfort, want to be understood, want to know what was happening and why. To dive deeper into these insights, I reviewed these books and interviewed the Pediatric, psychologists, doctors, and teachers. They say, when children know in advance what will happen, they feel safer. Also, the lack of control increases anxiety, involving children in decision-making improve cooperation. And the gentle encouragement, playful approaches, and timely rewards are effective ways to improve their adherence. And I realized children's fear happens across 3 stages. Before treatment is a fear of unknown. During treatment is a fear of sensory and emotional overwhelm. After treatment is resistance to building habits. So I decided to design for all 3 stages to make each moment feel more understood and more children-centered. So stage 1, before treatment. Children's fear often begin with unknown. What's going to happen? It's a question they have ever been in their mind. So I created a project to help children learn about medical care through play. It's called Super Doctor Team, a hands-on learning experience with role-playing and medical card games. The project has 3 parts: learn medical knowledge, play the card game, act out real medical scenarios. Part 1, meet the doctor team. Kids learn about medical rules, tools, the symptoms, answer the question, and clarify doubts. Then part 2, become the super doctor team. They play on role as doctor, nurse, and pharmacist. I designed a card game for them. It had different symptoms, tools, and medication. And they work as a team, matching the correct card to solve medical challenges. And part 3 is role-playing in a role medical scenario. They explain medical treatment steps, comfort each other, and make medical decisions. It's no longer just patients. They become active participant storyteller and decision maker. So let's watch a video of it. So this time, understanding began with imagination. Trust began with seed planted through play. Stage 2 is during treatment. Children face needles, machines, and strangers. They feel anxious, helpless, and passive. So I create 2 design interventions for these stages. Trip play, a transformable IV stand. IV treatments often means children are stuck in place. They get bored and uncomfortable. So I designed an IV stand as a football game table for 2 children. Children can interact and play with one another during treatment. Turn the treatment time into sheer time. At the top, a gentle tripping bird as a timer marks the end of session, adding a small moment of joy. I use 2 friendly colors, make the medical environment feel less intimidating. Through testing at the Pediatric hospital, I gathered valuable user feedback and added adjustable height features to accommodate the needs of different children. Playful 2-player interactions turn infusion time from frightening to fun. Let's watch the video. This time, it's no longer a lonely wait, but a sheer moment of play. Tree play is a form of emotional sport that helps children reduce fear through external interaction. And I began to wonder, what if children would learn to self-regulate, rely on their own strengths? So it led to my second project called Breathing. It's a breathing game for self-emotional regulation. Children often get overwhelmed during injections, so I create a soft plant-shaped pillow that they can hold to their chest. Inside is a breathing sensor that children can control an engaged rocket through breathing. The slower they breathe, the higher the rocket flies. If they panic or breathe too quickly, the rocket begins to fall. In this game, allows children to regulate their breathing through play, helping them manage their emotions. This is the game interface. You can play on your own or challenge another child. I use playful, kid-friendly design, makes children enjoy it more. Let's watch the game video. For the first time, their breathing become a form of control. It's not just a game, it's a training ground for emotional self-regulation. Stage 3 is after treatment. The hospital visit ends, but the daily struggle over medicines begins. Children resist, parents feel exhausted, and the adherence declines. So I create a system that helps children form a positive emotion bond with medicine. It's called Health Pills, a combination of smart medicine cup and a virtual pet system. It has two sides, parents' app and children's cup. In parents' app, parents can set up a medication schedule by entering or screening prescriptions, track their children's medication history, and actively participate in treatment process together. And the parents' interface includes detailed medicine information and community for easy communication between parents. On children's side, children take care of virtual pet by taking their medicine on time. When they do, the pet gets healthier, happier, more energetic. If they sleep adult, the pets look tired, sick, and sad. By care for their pets, children learn care for themselves. Take medicine become a fun, habit-building game. It's no longer a punishment. It began the moment of gentle companionship. Through each of these designs, I hope to help children feel they are understood. You have a voice. Your feels are valid. We often say the goal of medicine is to cure. But in children's healthcare, I believe the true power of design is to help children grow through trust. Thank you, everyone.
Designers talk about the user journey, and I think it's just tremendous that you walked us through, well, really 5, but 4 design interventions about sort of before, during, and after. I think I do want to focus on chirp play because it was just so compelling.
I love this project.
Yeah, I love this project. We were thinking about bringing it in here, but yeah, sometimes prototypes just a little tender. I know you were going. It was utilitarian, but you were going for emotion, right? So maybe you can talk to us a little bit more about that, and then also the reactions of children and families to this model.
I want to turn the medical passivity into emotional engagement through play. So my all 4 project is through play, and I want to shape their fear to curiosity and make them in control and involved. Yeah.
It's ironic that you had them play Hungry Hungry Hippo on this prototype, like the most.
I love this game.
Yeah, I love this game too. I remember playing with our daughter. Earlier, you talked about adding a small moment of joy, which I think is such a beautiful term that you sort of sprinkle through the projects. Tell us a little bit more about that.
Yeah, they all love my project, and I make tasks at the primary school too. And I remember one of the children said, "Can I come back tomorrow and play again?" So that moment remind me, joy is the best medicine.
Oh, well, tough to not end on that. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Great job.
Please welcome to the stage our next presenter, Elaine Gao.
Hi everyone, I'm Elaine, and most people know me as a designer. I typically dress casually, but actually, I have a secret. For the past 4 years, I've been living multiple lives. You see, I am a cosplayer, and I enjoy embodying the characters who I love. So what is cosplay? Cosplay stands for costume play. It's a type of performance art where people dress up as characters from anime, games, movies, or other media. As a cosplayer, I feel more confident, more free, and more open when I cosplay, compared to how I feel in my daily life. That makes me curious. Why does this change happen? And how can we bring that same sense of confidence and emotional freedom to people who don't engage in cosplay at all? I'm excited today to introduce my thesis, From Cosplay to Daily Life, Exploring the Positive Impacts of Roleplay. So I began my research. First, I joined different events such as cosplay panels and Comic-Cons. I found that cosplay can give participants that they don't usually get in everyday life. For examples, some women may receive emotional support from other women who cosplay as male characters, as this dynamic often feels safer and more emotionally accessible. I've also talked to many cosplayers. They are working in different areas. And Lady Ava, a cosplayer who began cosplay 10 years ago, said, "Cosplay made me more confident. I used to be scared of public speaking, but now I don't have a problem at all." And another said, "I feel like cosplay and real life aren't really connected or continuous. Instead, it pulls me out of real life." These quotes show that I'm not alone. Other cosplayers also feel more confident when cosplaying, but they notice a clear gap between that and their daily life. I organized my own cosplay workshop. I asked a participant to rate themselves on the qualities like confidence, courage, social skills, and then rate the same qualities for the character they cosplay as. Most of them gave the character higher scores than they give themselves. You can see the blue lines represent themselves, and it's much smaller than the orange line, which represent the characters. Another activity shows that people often choose to inhabit characters that have the traits they admire, like being positive, calm, or free. When people cosplay, they actually feel like they embody those traits. Roleplay helps people step into the version of themselves they want to be, even if just for a moment. I went on to interview people who are related to roleplay, working in prompt making, psychology, and art therapy. A drama therapist, Nico, mentioned a method called superhero therapy, that they co-created a hero character like Captain America with a client, so they could roleplay and draw strengths from the character's value and qualities. It helped them feel empowered and less alone. Jessica Park taught me about transference, the redirection of feelings and desires, and especially of those unconsciously retained from childhood towards a new object, which can make new memories with clients to replace their bad memory. That made me believe that cosplay and roleplay has similar power. They allow people to practice, grow, and heal in a safe space. I wanted to turn those ideas into something that people could actually use, so I created the Moral Smart Mirror. In everyday life, mirror help us confront ourselves in a way a phone camera cannot, distorted by lenses, lighting, and filters. And this moral mirror doesn't just reflect your face, it reflects your behavior. Imagine preparing for a job interview or a big presentation. Most people just practice in front of their laptop or a regular mirror, but we never really know how we look or what we are doing wrong. That's where Moral Smart Mirror comes in. It has a built-in camera that monitors your facial expressions, movements, posture, and speech. Using posture tracking and micro-expression recognition, Moral analyzes your body language and voice to give you helpful, contextual feedback in real time. This feedback will show in application on the phone. And Moral's magnetic and multi-tenor design lets it sit on a desk, hang on a wall, or tucked into a bag. Its rotating mirror ensures a clear view from any angles. To achieve this flexibility, I went through several iterations to refine its structure and forms. So let's see how it works. Hi everyone, I'm Elaine. What is Hi everyone, I'm Elaine. Today I want to talk about Hi everyone, what is cosplay? Cosplay means today I'm going to talk about cosplay. Thanks for listening. So moral, it's like having a personal coach, helping you refine your expressions and posture in real time, while giving you space to practice being your true or aspirational self. It comes in 3 versions, so there's one to suit every setting and style. It has blue, nude, and white. Now, where does roleplay fit in? This is where the Mirror Diary app becomes powerful. When a user opens the app for the first time, they complete a short personality test. Based on the result, the app recommends a few role models whose traits complement or challenge your own. Let's say you are preparing for an interview or need to pitch a product. You might be matched with someone like Steve Jobs, known for his persuasive communication. Once you select your role model, you can choose from a set of tasks for the day, each one designed to shape your behavior, memory, and self-expression. If you select a task, you will be taken to our task detail pages with example, videos, and community submission to learn from. You can record your performance, connect to the Moral Smart Mirror via Bluetooth, and practice while receiving real-time feedback. Here's how that looks in action.
Hi, do you have 1 minute to hear what my muscle final
So you can see the feedback is immediate.
Okay, so
Users are encouraged to reflect by writing about their tasks, thoughts, and emotions. Over time, the app tracks your progress and offers feedback to support your personal growth. So together, the Moral Smart Mirror and Mirror Diary works as a system to help you role play, reflect, and gradually transform into the version of yourself you want to be. To provide users with a more immersive and effective roleplay experience, Moral also offers a complete offline service through our physical space, Moral Studio. At Moral Studio, you can try out the latest Moral Smart Mirror. More importantly, you can sign up through our website for the signature transformation sessions, a guided roleplay-based experience that helps you step into the identity of someone you aspire to become. You will have a one-on-one consultation with one of your specialists trained in psychology and behavioral design. Together, you will explore what kind of character you'd love to embody. Through this transformation process, you will have the opportunity to practice vulnerability, explore personal growth, and temporarily borrow traits that you wish to cultivate in your everyday life. And here's some examples of transformation challenges that I co-designed and completed with some of my users. One user shared, every time I look in the mirror, I feel like I was shading my own identity and becoming closer to the character. That moment captured what the transformation session is all about. Together, Moral Smart Mirror, Mirror Diary, and Moral Studio form a holistic ecosystem. My design work is about how we try to change the way others see us. But here's the question. Is the way we think others see us really how they do see us? During one of my interviews, a user with social anxiety told me, I know I care too much about what other people think of me, but I can't stop. This inspired me to create Looking Glass Self, an interactive experience that helps people discover how others actually perceive them. In this experience, participants answer a few first impression prompts about each other. Questions like, what is one small habit this person has that you admire but have never mentioned? Then they will write down the answer on the card. At the end, they exchange their responses. Let's have a look at the video of the experience. Here's some examples of participants' answer. That's all of the design I created over my thesis journey. Looking back, so much has changed over this past year. Cosplay was first gave me confidence, but now that confidence has extended into my everyday life. When I first came to New York, I was too afraid to even walk into a restaurant alone. But now I've found the courage to meet new people, to interview with strangers, and even to host a pop-up event on the street. I've also shifted roles from cosplayer to becoming someone who helps others step into their characters. I now do makeup for my friends, take photos of them, and support their transformations. In many ways, I've grown alongside this thesis. It's not just about what I design, it's about growing up. Thank you to everyone who supported me along the way.
That was so beautiful.
Thank you.
I was trying to think about who I should be cosplaying here today, and I think I would like to come as you. You had such a good time over this past year. Just when you had mentioned this topic last summer, I was so excited. I'm like, please don't change your topic.
I'm also very struggling at that time because I think it's funny, but it's also very difficult because I know that if you love cosplay, I love cosplay and I choose it as my thesis, maybe I will hate it. But very lucky, I love cosplay and it made me grow up.
I'm really happy you mentioned sort of before and after of your journey coming to New York and mentioning some of your accomplishments sort of at the end, but you kind of left out standing at a podium in a live SVA Theatre in New York City and hundreds of people watching on the live stream. So congratulations on that accomplishment as well, Elaine.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Please welcome to the stage our next presenter, Harsha Pillai.
I was born into the label of an immigrant. Born and raised in Europe to Indian immigrant parents and having spent the last decade of my life forming family-like friendships in Chicago to New York City, all while living abroad from my family. But lately, I've been searching for something deeper. I've been feeling a longing to reconnect with my family as our relationships have loosened over time. Whether that's my older brother in Germany, or if it's further away, like my cousins in India. But reconnection has proven difficult, especially at a distance when visits happen only once every few years. Hi, I'm Harsha Pillai, and over the past year, I've used my thesis, Lost in Translation, as a mirror to better understand my own relationships. And today I'm sharing 4 design offerings that explore how we express care and stay connected across emotional and physical distances. I engage with a wide range of experts, from linguists to therapists and caregivers, and importantly, other Asian immigrants. I also led a participatory research workshop called Branching Out, held both online and in person. 10 participants with 10 unique immigrant backgrounds, reflected on their relationships with friends and families, have evolved over time. Through activities like mapping and collaging emerged themes of grief and guilt. Grief for what was lost, and guilt for what couldn't be maintained. One participant shared, "I have no relationship with my grandparents, and watching them age is incredibly painful." Another vulnerably added, "I'm simply not Vietnamese enough to understand my own mother." These reflections reminded me of The Grief Tower by Lauren Wells, which describes 2 layers of immigrant loss. First, the obvious, moving to a new country, growing apart from family, but behind these are hidden losses. The loss of being known, a loss of shared language, whether it's cultural or behavioral or linguistic. These quiet, cumulative griefs often surface later, especially as we try to build our adult relationships while still holding on to unspoken sorrow. This framework guided the development of my design response, which focused on 4 themes: grief, memory, presence, and empathy. Early on in my research, Dr. Rachel Kaysen informed me, by acknowledging your guilt and griefs, you begin to see where you want growth. This led me to study anticipatory grief, a form of sorrow felt before a loss has occurred. It's a quiet anxiety many immigrants carry, the ache of relationships changing, slipping away, or never becoming what we had hoped. This sparked the question, how might we create space for grief to be expressed, shared, and transformed through collective ritual? To answer this, I designed a living graveyard, a participatory experience that ritualizes personalized grief by transforming it into growth through planting. It provides a physical space for what often feels intangible. The project exists in 3 forms: a DIY kit for individuals, a pop-up installation at Brooklyn Bridge Park, and a semi-permanent garden installation at Poplar Street Community Garden. The living graveyard centers on 4 themes, each embodied through a symbolic tombstone planter: release, for when you're ready to let go to make space for new growth; visibility, the grief from feeling unseen or unrecognized; closure, for saying what was left unsaid; and yearning, holding on to the hopes for the future. These 4 tombstones become markers of our past, present, and future lives. These tombstones are paired with an informational pamphlet to guide the user through this experience. In collaboration with Poplar Street Community Garden, I invited the public to participate in planning their griefs. Let's take a look and see how it works. After the experience, one of the participants reflected, "It felt comforting to grow something beautiful out of something so painful. It's rare to be given the space to sit with the harder parts of life and not feel so alone." Griefs shared spanned lost relationships, places left behind, and life transitions. Many participants noted the relief that came from simply acknowledging these emotions out loud. Public grieving, and taking pride in it, can be a powerful act. Though we all experience these feelings, we often keep them hidden behind a private facade. It reminded me of a quote from advocate Pradeep Rajendran: "When you leave, you lose the village, but the village also loses you." Acknowledging the hope to rebuild what was lost on both ends. This reminder sparked my next question. How might we assist physically distant relatives create and share memories in ways that feel intimate and lasting? So we moved from the public realm to extended family, and this led to WISPs. WISPs helps long-distance families preserve shared stories by creating archives of meaningful objects. Think heirloom meets adventure. For example, take cousins Sungmin and Minho. They signed up with 3 others to reconnect their group chat through shared experiences. Each month, they receive a prompt card containing a category, emotion, and task, and a pre-labeled shipping box to collect tokens from this experience. This month, Sungmin's prompt for Minho is to go on an outdoor adventure that reminds him of their childhood. He's instructed to collect 3 wisps, a stamp, a ticket, and a coin. Each should remind him of Minho. These objects, small and seemingly ordinary, carry memory. These are ephemeral objects, temporary tokens of events that are meant to last only a short time. With wisps, they become spirits of the task. As noted in the book Meaning of Things, even the most fleeting objects have the power to hold meaning and transform behavior and reflect who we are becoming. WISPs works as a rotational system. After onboarding and inputting logistics, you're randomly matched with a new family member every month. You send them a task, they send you one. You send off your WISPs, you receive theirs, and you store in your box. You receive, reflect, and reconnect month by month. Prompts are tailored, playful ones for cousins reconnecting, storytelling prompts for sharing family recipes or memories with grandparents, and special editions for holidays to create moments together even when apart. One concept testing participants shared, doing a WISP task would make me feel like I'm carrying them with me. We invite you to move through the world with intention, looking for objects that echo love. But within Asian cultures, love is not spoken or in materials. It's shown through quiet gestures, cooking, cleaning, and showing up. It's in presence. And so I asked, how might we indicate quiet signals of presence that help distant immigrant families feel emotionally closer even without words? The focus will now shift to within nuclear families. And here I designed Anchor. Anchor is a smart keychain system that signals when someone is just home, without needing a text or a call. It's an emotional presence, signaling safety and acting as an invitation to call. Let's take Gia and her mom, for example. Though they live in different time zones, they rarely see each other living miles apart. Want to deepen their bond through a subtle, meaningful routine, they bought Anchor. When Gia comes home, she hangs her keys, and her Anchor lights up. And miles away, so does her mom's, quietly letting her know that Gia is safe. The keychain uses a weight sensor hook that triggers the light. But we also need boundaries. Let's take another user, Rohan, who had a tough day and needs time to decompress. When he gets home, he turns the dial on his Anchor to delay the light by 15 minutes, giving himself time before being present. Anchor makes presence ambient, low effort, and emotionally resonant. Ideating smart objects for family connections reminded me that intimacy grows not through data or alerts, but through subtle, meaningful routines. But yes, Anchor also raises questions. Could this feel like surveillance? And is it designed for the parent's gaze? And that's where I return to a deeper insight. In many Asian immigrant families, care is often misaligned. What we do to show love may not be understood as such, because we grew up in such different contexts. So I asked, how might we help Asian immigrant parents and children better understand each other's lived experience across cultural and generational contexts? For this, we look within, and to do that, I introduce Connect. Connect is a digital emotional archive because immigration isn't just in paperwork, it's in a lifetime of adjustment. Upon onboarding, users identify as a child of immigrants, a parent, or both. And here's the twist. You only see content created by the other group. Let's take a look at the content first. The child's homepage would contain personalized pics based on your reading recommendation, likes, and history. It also has a social component to see what everyone else might be enjoying. Curators on this platform are able to source articles and work in partnerships with immigrant groups. Now let's take a look at a use case. Vidya and her daughter Gayatri signed up for Connect after seeing it in a school newsletter. Vidya immigrated from India. Gayatri has never been. Lately, their cultural differences have caused more friction and arguments. Gayatri's homepage will show her work, such as this one called First Days by South Asian American Digital Archive, highlighting verbal and spoken stories of new immigrants. Her mom's page will highlight work like this poem, written by another daughter for the words that she couldn't say to her dad. Other examples could be books by immigrant writers and reflective essays. And this, of course, remains true for the social components as well. Testing participants appreciated this reversal, commenting on the wit to flip the script. But I didn't want to stop at curation. I wanted this archive to live. So I asked, how might we translate culturally rooted expressions of care into everyday digital communication between Asian immigrant parents and their children. This led me to build and train a private GPT model, specifically curated with diasporic family content. I curated 300 to 400 articles of work, including scientific papers that were public, to art in poems and literature. I mocked up Connect as an AI tool with my own text messages, and that testing helped shape Connect's keyboard plugin. Users can download and access this alongside the global languages on their keyboard. Once you're in suggestions mode, users are able to have Connect be a communication facilitator. Let's say your mom texts you something that sounds harsh. Connect doesn't rewrite it, but it offers gentle insight. This might be how she shows care, a reminder of the care misalignment, but also reassurance for the child receiving this message. It also offers you soft guidance in responding, not to correct your words, but to empower emotional nuance and assist you in responding ways that feel honest to you, but still comfortable enough to send. And because not all care is spoken, Connect uses metadata. Say you walked to the Pierce last night and had a reflective moment. Connect urges you to share these small moments with your loved ones as a reminder to show your life apart. Connect isn't about teaching people how to love. It's about gently facilitating between worlds. Testing participants said it helped them reframe conversations and feel more open to replying after tense exchanges. At the start of my research, I read this quote: "Grief is just love with nowhere to go." But through design, I believe that we can give that love direction. And over the past year, I've reconnected with my parents, sending more photos, lingering on calls, and sharing my work without even knowing how they'd respond. This body of work is a love letter to immigrant families and the emotional weight of building a new home. It asks, what if we design connection with tenderness, cultural nuance, and the courage to begin again? These questions take time, and I hope this is a starting point for me, for others like me, and for the long overdue generational conversations. I want to thank everyone who's made this work possible, for supporting me emotionally, for guiding and challenging my design process, to the research and immigrant community and the members who shared their stories so openly, and to those watching from afar simply for being present. Thank you.
I noticed in your interface at the end that your mom used a period at the end of the sentence and you didn't. I have been helped by our daughter to know not to use punctuation at the end of the sentence or I'm yelling at.
Yeah.
So
No punctuation, also always lower caps.
Yeah. That I was on to, I think. A lovely presentation, so personal. I know that ethics played a part in actually several of the products and services and experiences, obviously particularly in AI. Just also want to go on record, like we welcome AI with some rigor and cynicism, but we've gone 4 projects in before AI was mentioned today. So maybe you can tell us a little bit more about that.
Yeah, for sure. So I've had like a weird relationship with AI since I studied computer science as well, and I think I knew that back then I was very cynical about AI, and this was back in 2016. And I knew when I went to design school that I wanted to learn how to use AI ethically and carefully within it. Quite honestly, there were many failed projects before Connect came along. And I think that was a lot of learnings of how AI can like build trust or hurt users and how you need to train a model. When I learned how to train a model, I also had to learn how to like tone it and how it should speak to users. There's a lot of careful curation, and it was a pretty long process to learn how to really work with it, but honestly very rewarding, and I'm very happy with where I landed.
Yeah, are you convinced that this makes a lot of sense?
Yeah, I think so. I think that there's obviously more testing to do, and I would love to get more users to get on this and hear from them.
I loved at the end, again, there was an interpretation of like, what does your mom mean? Versus just conditioning and training you. I know that a lot of the dating apps are using, game, right? Sort of, helping you have game, but they're really about sort of how you're interacting or how you're presenting yourself versus understanding how someone is presenting themselves to you. I thought that was lovely. The other thing that I wanted to underline was the quiet signals of presence. I think that's something that we can all take away from today, and beautifully handled.
Yeah. Thank you so much.
Yeah,
Appreciate
thank
it.
you, Harsha.
Thank you.
please welcome to the stage our next presenter, Jiaqi Gu.
Hello everyone, I'm Jiaqi Gu. Today I'm excited to share my thesis with you. Many people rush the West for gold. Many work tirelessly every day for money. But what is money? Schools teach us math and literature, but rarely teach us about money. When I was young, my parents hardly talked to me about money. So I learned it from my friends, buying expensive, poor quality toys. I realized I wasn't alone. In fact, 59% of American parents are uncomfortable talking to their kids about money. This has always been a challenging topic for families. Just last week, the New York Times published an article offering parents advice on how to talk about money with their children. Actually, a lack of financial education can affect people's lifelong decisions. Can we help kids understand more about money so they are more likely to make wise financial decisions later in life? That's why I chose my thesis topic, Cultivating Financial Roots, Growing Children's Financial Literacy for Life. We live in a world where money is everywhere, but rarely talked about. People love and hate money. But what can we actually teach children about it? Over the past year, I interviewed financial educators, professionals, and child development experts. I also read many books and papers on financial literacy, and hosted an online workshop to hear from parents about their hopes and challenges in teaching financial skills. Through my research, I found the financial education for children needs to be age-specific. For preschoolers, it's about general executive functions like attention and self-control. But my focus is on middle childhood, when kids start to form ideas about money that will shape their teens and adulthood. Money is complex. It's something we grew to understand over time. And financial literacy isn't just about knowledge. It's about mindset. So how can we nurture financial literacy step by step? A financial educator told me, the key is practice, habits, and conversations, especially at home. So I structured my thesis into 4 stages of financial literacy. Stage 1, understand money. The best way to understand money is to spend it and talk about it with your parents. But for many families, that's not easy. Talking about money often feels stressful or shameful. So I designed Money Farm. Let's take a look.
Money is a strange thing. Some families are always arguing about it, putting pressure on their kids. Some families avoid talking about it altogether, but deep down, parents just want to have honest conversations about money with their children. Is there a more relaxed way for us to talk about money? Maybe it starts with a game. In Money Farm, you'll experience different farm goals and money mindsets. Roll the dice to earn money or invest in new farm assets. Build your very own farm, and along the way, discover the difference between assets and liabilities. It's a perfect chance to start real conversations about money with your child. Money Farm. Grow your financial knowledge.
Money Farm is a farm-themed board game for kids aged 6 to 9 and their parents. Kids love games, and so do parents. This game gives families a playful way to explore money together. Assets and liabilities are among the most important financial concepts. You can always ask, is this an asset or a liability, to open a conversation. It might sound a little complex, but a chicken that lays eggs or a cow that produces milk is easy to understand. The farm theme helps children grasp these ideas in a natural way. After many rounds of prototyping and testing, I arrived at the final version. Parents and kids who played it said, "Fantastic, it's really fun." Once children understand money, stage 2 is to build money habits. Shopping is a great chance to build money habits. But when kids shop, they focus only on what they want. It's hard to talk about money directly. A child psychologist taught me, fun, engaging, and relatable ways of teaching really helps. So I designed Cart Wars, a budgeting game for 8 to 10 years old. It turns grocery shopping into a family challenge. So how does it work? First, let's set a goal together, like saving for a trip to the amusement park. Then, let's make a shopping list. Set a budget. You can rate your shopping list, and kids can even spend game coins to add their favorite snacks like chocolate. And after finishing the shopping list, you can go to the store, and at the store, where the list and budget turn into game tasks, children help tracking shopping list by scanning items, and they can also earn coins in the process. And when shopping's done, congratulations! You can review your saving and progress. After testing, I received the feedback. My son really liked that you let him make his own shopping list. No, that kids are building spending habits. Stage 3 is to manage money wisely. Here is a question. If you made some money, how would you want to use it? A key problem is that most money conversations at home is about spending, not saving, investing, or borrowing. As a result, when children receive money, the only thing in their minds is, how do I spend it? They've never learned money can also work for you. But not every parent is ready to teach their child about investing. Among parents who never invested, 58% say they are not confident explaining it to their kids. It's not always about income. It's about understanding and knowing how to start the conversation. So I wondered, can parents and children learn about investing together? Investments like stocks seem abstract. To many people, it just feels like gain or lose. So, what if we turned it into a story, a journey? I created MoneyPal, a subscription-based learning platform for kids aged 9 to 12 and parents with little investment experience. Let's see how it works. First, kids need their first pot of gold, which they earn it by doing chores. Then, they adopt a pet named Molly, who goes to work at a company and shares stories with you. Let's choose Disney as a company. And together, you and Molly begin a 10-year past investment journey and learn everything from why invest to what influences investment. Each day, Molly shares a diary entry and financial update. He tells us about Disney's new movie, Daredevil, and what's happening at the company. We don't just show the charts. We tell the story behind the numbers. At the bottom of the screen, we prompt discussion, like, why was money worth more 10 years ago? And for parents, there's also a more advanced version. In this way, parents and kids can learn together, building confidence to talk about investing. More importantly, it can also help them understand how money works, how markets, politics, and global events affect investments. Stage 4 is to liberate from money. This doesn't mean ignoring money. It means realizing that personal values matter just as much. The world we live in is a system of money transaction. But money is not the only thing worth investing in. So I created Life Fund Planner, an experiential project that reimagines what investment really means. I even designed materials to role-play as a financial advisor. Let's take a look.
The world runs on money. Welcome to Vital Vest Capital. Today, our chief investment planner is offering free investment consultations on Wall Street. We are a firm that only exists for one day? What? One day?
If money disappeared tomorrow, how would you measure your success, your value? Together, these 4 projects help parents and children build financial literacy step by step. I believe financial education is like planting a seed. It helps us grow the ability to design our own life. Thank you.
There have been so many attempts at early childhood, financial literacy. I really love every single project here, but I have to ask you about the last one. And then I want to ask you what stage is after liberating from money on Wall Street. So people looked really, really delighted. Can you share a couple stories from that, experience?
Yeah, actually that project is really fun. At that experience, some people, when I provide some advice, they even, because they are elder, they know a lot of knowledge about their life. So they even become my advisor and provide me some advice about how could I live better, give me some exercise and medical advice in that process. So that experience is really unbelievable. Yeah.
Wow, that's amazing. That actually was one day only.
Yeah, one day only.
I'd like you to do it again, even though the project is one day only. So let me direct the conversation to, again, the next step after liberate from money.
Yeah.
If you had, a couple more months.
Yeah, actually, money is a huge topic. There's still much more to explore. Loans and international trade and retirement. Yeah, so my project for now is more like planting a seed for children to let them recognize how money works and develop a subconscious understanding of it. So even though everyone's life could be different, a strong foundation could really benefit them for life. That's my thought.
That's beautiful. Those 3 topics at the end also very important. And again, I love even starting with your diagram, the foundation, building up to the columns, that there are different financial concepts that are appropriate for each stage of life development, age.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Please welcome to the stage our next presenter, Nymph Yang.
Hi everyone, thank you for being here. I'm Nymph, a designer, also a huge dog lover. Last October, I adopted a dog named Tabo, and who's been spending almost 1 year in the boarding place. He's anxious all the time and couldn't really go outside without sticking on me. So seeing how stressed he is sparked the idea of my thesis. In the doghouse, enhancing human-pet interaction and alleviating separation anxiety. I'd love you guys to join me with a journey of companionship, empathy, and understanding. So we live in New York City, a place full of pets. While there are plenty of love of them, there isn't always enough time or space for proper companionship. Over half of dog owners report noticing anxiety in their dogs when they are gone for long periods. So, what exactly is separation anxiety?
It's not just a behavior issue, it's a profound emotional stress response that dogs experience when left alone, often reflected in anxious behaviors. And more importantly, it's not just dogs' problem. It's a burden shared by both pet and their dogs. Oh, both the pets and the owners. So this imbalance often results from factors like time, emotional strain, and environmental pressures, weighing heavily on the owner and affecting the dog's well-being. To explore this further, I visit pet shops, dog parks around the city, map out the patterns of human-dog interactions, and I noticed 3 key issues: limited space, interactions, and emotional disconnect. That made me realize, while New York is pet-friendly, true moments of connection are still rare, and real emotional bonding requires shared experiences, not just shared space. So I create a workshop, Positive Bounds, to get deeper insights into how dog owners truly feel and identify the pain points of their daily frustrations. In the workshop, owners create journey maps from their dog's perspective, play create games based on dogs' actions to foster empathy and expression. Also design dog bags. We laughed a lot, but we also heard a lot of frustrations. I realized while every owner understands their dog, many still don't know how to address their anxiety. So I interviewed dog trainers and veterinarians, then explored behavioral science and academic research. They helped me realize dogs' emotions aren't random. There are clear cognitive mechanisms behind their behaviors. So here are 4 key insights I gathered from experts. Many behavioral issues are actually emotional signals, not just behaviors. One example for this is how dog reacts to daily life, like small actions, as simple as just grabbing our keys. Also, experts believe that early recognition and treatments can be more effective than taking medication. And the last insight that had the most impact on me is designing for dogs isn't about fixing them. It's about understanding and responding. That's when I realized I didn't just want to create a product. I want to build a whole system. So I started with 4 stages: recognition, optimization, intervention, and empathy. Each one reflects the stage of emotional journey I discovered through research. So the first one, recognition. Senior vet shared with me, we can only make good decisions if the owner provides accurate information. But often they share blurry videos or photos from the wrong angle, which cause delays in diagnosis and more stress on dogs. So I created VitaPulse. VitaPulse uses Python and LeapLabCut, a poster recognition model, to analyze behavior based on a custom dog behavior database. If a video is misaligned or doesn't capture the full action, the system gives feedback and guides the owner to record useful video footage of their dog's symptoms. And the process is simple. The owner opens the app and enters past information. Based on past behavior, you can select the relevant categories to search for symptom list and get intervention suggestions. When taking a video, the owner selects the behavior type, and the app gives real-time corrections. When finished recording, it generates behavioral summary and preliminary suggestions. This information can be exported and synced with the vet system, turning confusion into clarity before the visit even starts. VitaPulse isn't just a tool. It bridges the gap between pet behaviors and professional treatments. But recognizing a problem isn't just the beginning, and real connections means stepping outside and facing the world together. So now we move to the second step, optimization. So during interviews, I noticed a common issue. Many owners want to spend quality time with their pets, but they just don't know where to go. And not every stores and shops in New York City is truly pet-friendly. So let me introduce Telmates, an emotional map system that helps owners navigate the city from their dog's point of view and find spaces that are truly safe, welcoming, and comfortable. Imagine it's a sunny Saturday and you want to take your dog for a walk. During onboarding, there's a section where you can select personalities keywords for your pet. And in addition to the basic map features, the app provides different types spots based on your dog's personalities. Using Tailor for Pet-Friendly category, you can view emotion tags for each location. For example, indoor or just social spots or cozy spots, or just offer the free treats. Also, when you visit and upload reviews, you will earn bonus credit within the gamified program, unlocking even more rewards. So to support these features, Tailmate also partnered with Pet-Friendly Business. They will display a Tailmate-friendly badge, participate in feedback systems, and offer treats or water spots for pet owners to stop by. So Tailmate helped me rethink what optimization really means. It's not about designing perfect plays, it's about giving everyday spaces a little more flexibility, a little more room for being together. And optimization is just like the second step. Now, there's still like a problem we can't avoid, it's being alone. So that's intervention. Product designer Nasuki shared with me, being a designer, we should be the mediator and translator between human and their pets. So that made me wonder, can we design something that transform absence to presence, even when we're gone? So I created Muster, a modular smart toy system that detects pets' behaviors through sensors and send real-time signals to an app that enable remote interaction. So each toy has two parts. The top, made of safe, chewy therapeutic rubber, is for the dog to bite and play with. The bottom holds motion and sensor that detects activity. The app not only monitors, but reacts. If your dog is playing joyfully, it notifies you. If there's no activity, it suggests sending a voice message or just activate the toy remotely. Through prototyping, I explored different shapes, bite textures, and treat mechanisms, as well as variations in size and play habits for different dog breeds. And each module also has its own purpose. For example, oral health, chewy relief, or just treat hiding. Owners can mix and match to create custom toys tailored to their dog's needs that day. So let's take a look of how it works. And because toy life cycles are often short, I also designed a guidebook for easy DIY fixes and recycling tips. It's part of creating a more sustainable, emotionally aware product ecosystem. Muster doesn't just pass the time, it creates an emotional loop, presence, even in absence. So back to our system map. We've recognized, optimized, and responded. But what if the dog doesn't bark, doesn't play? Can we still hear what they're feeling? That's why I entered the last stage, empathy. So through my research, I realized that the most straightforward yet hardest problem is the emotional wall between two species. These insights led me to design my final project, Dear Human. It's a tarot-inspired card experience that helps owners reflect on their relationship with their dog and hear the feelings that haven't been said. So it includes two types of cards. One represents the dog's inner state, the other reflects how the dog might respond to their human. You draw two and receive a short poem. It reads like a letter your dog might have written. Simply just share their feelings. doesn't offer answers. It invites you to pause, breathe, and listen. Because empathy isn't about solving, it's about holding space. And sometimes the silence is where the true connection lives. So this journey started as a design challenge. As a designer, I've created tools, systems, and solutions. But as a new dog owner, I'm always learning, growing, and listening. So these 4 projects are just not the things I made for my thesis. They reflect what I noticed, felt, and experienced for the past year. So my thesis ends here, but my journey doesn't. I know there will be more questions and more growth along the way, and hope I will keep the same intention to listen more clearly and keep evolving with empathy and connections. So here, thank you to everyone who has been there for me and helped me grow along the way. Thank you.
I wonder how many people here have a pet waiting for them at home. Oh, great. You should call them at the break.
Yay.
So we need Mutster.
Yes, of course.
Could we have Mutster? Do you have could this project move forward? I mean, I think you've probably thought about that. Can you share?
Yes, of course. Because right now I got a lot of feedback about they're concerning about the sensors inside. So I'm actually get to the iteration for this part. And there's a good news for this because I'm actually meeting with manufacturers to discuss if there's possibilities to bring it to real life, and maybe it will take a few months or just a year, but we'll see. Stay tuned.
It would be great. Maybe
Yeah.
you can set up a little Mutster station at the break, and people who have pets at home can sign up for, like, news
Yay.
alerts when there's new product updates or maybe some user testing sessions coming up.
Of course, I can
I'm
think
pretty
about
serious
that.
about that too.
Okay.
All right, we'll find Nymph at the break. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Please welcome to the stage our next presenter, Haley Kim.
These are the texts from people I've lived with, shared meals with, and built connections with across Korea, the Philippines, Canada, and the US. Each time I moved, I took something with me and left a part of myself behind. This reminds me of the love I received, but also the distance, the fragmentation, and the question that's followed me for years. Where do I truly belong? While I'm not an adoptee, this experience of being in between cultures led me to connect deeply with the stories of international adoptees. Hi, my name is Haley Kim, and I'm excited to share my thesis titled Belonging. This body of work explores how design can support adoptees in their search for identity, heritage, and connection. This work is not just personal, it's urgent. In March, South Korea formally launched an investigation into decades of adoption fraud. Thousands of international adoptees are discovering their records were falsified or erased. These stories reveal a deeper truth. For many, the search for identity isn't a straightforward path. It's filled with loss, silence, and uncertainty. In response, I designed a system of 4 projects, each aligned to a key stage in an adoptee's identity journey: discovery, belonging, reflection, and reconnection. Each project addresses a specific emotional need and builds on the one before it. This system aims to meet adoptees where they are with tools that are empathetic, culturally grounded, and human-centered. These insights were made possible by conversations with 16 international adoptees, 2 adoptive parents, and 1 researcher in the field. Each of them brought something deeply personal to the table, and their stories grounded this thesis in lived experience. One quote that stayed with me came from Shin. Her reflection, having a mentor and growing up she felt isolating, speaks to a recurring theme I heard across interviews. A deep need for connection, for understanding, for guidance from someone who has walked a similar path. To deepen my understanding of these emotional needs, I hosted a participatory research workshop called Reflections and Roots. We began by sharing personally meaningful items, things like snacks, keepsakes, or colors, to introduce ourselves. This simple act opened up honest conversations about memory, culture, and identity, and reminded me that even small details can hold profound meaning. From these stories and insights, I created 4 design interventions. Let's start at the earliest stage, discovery. I began ideating about bridging the gap between curiosity about one's heritage. Through conversations with adoptees and mentors, it became clear that what many were missing wasn't just information. It was people who understand, and people they could talk to. Stuck to Story is a hands-on tool that helps young adoptees explore their birthplace through tactile symbolic play. It supports the earliest stage of identity discovery, turning distant cultural roots into something children can see, touch, and begin to understand. The idea for Stuck to Story was inspired by the architecture of pagodas, multi-tiered Buddhist structures found in many Asian countries. Each layer of the pagoda holds symbolic meaning such as earth, water, fire, wind, and void, differentiated by form. I wanted to translate these forms into cultural food, people, place, and holidays. Users start by flipping through a binded book to learn about each color-coded theme and form sentences. They then stack the wooden blocks in relation to the colors of their sentence and try to recall the meaning of each constructing a story or scenario, like who they're with, where they are, and what's happening. This allows the child to visualize and explore their birthplaces through symbolic play. Crafting the forms for these blocks was especially meaningful. Here, I'm shaping the wooden blocks on the lathe, designing each tier to feel intentional and inviting for children. Beyond fabrication, I explored how tactile learning could help kids emotionally connect to unfamiliar places. This included modular testing, cultural color studies, and designing playful, age-appropriate interactions. Let's take a look at how adoptive parents might use it.
Good night, sweetheart.
As adoptees grow, their questions deepen from where am I from to who understands me. This brings us to the core design question behind Anchor. How might we support young adoptees in who they are and where they come from? As one of my interviewees mentioned, if I had someone to look up to, another adoptee who would walk this path, maybe I wouldn't have felt so alone. That's the core of Anchor. It's not about fixing identity. It's about walking with someone while they figure it out. Anchor answers their need. Anchor is a digital platform designed to meet adoptees in that exact space. It offers 3 key features to support identity exploration. With mentorship, community discussions, and personalized resources, Anchor creates a safe adoptee-centered environment for reflection, connection, and growth. Here's Mel, a Korean adoptee exploring Anchor for the first time. She begins by selecting adoptee under 18 and moves through a thoughtful 4-step verification process, ensuring a safe and intentional space. Once inside, Mel lands on the homepage where she sees today's mentors, heritage matches, and categories like food, history, and books. She taps on heritage matches and learns how many Korean adoptees live in the United States. A reminder she's part of something larger. She clicks on Zake's profile, reads his story, and chooses to start a conversation. Zake has left 3 prompts to make it easier for others to connect. So Mel picks one and reaches out. Later, she scrolls through the community page and responds to her prompts. What colors feel like you? She uploads a photo of her painting and shares a short story about how the colors reflect her identity. As she views artwork and comments, Mel feels seen, not just for her questions, but for who she is. Through prompts, mentorship, and shared experiences, Anchor becomes more than an app. It becomes a space for real, lasting connection. While Anchor creates connection through conversation and mentorship, some questions go deeper, beyond words or profiles. Questions that are quieter, more emotional, and often harder to share out loud. As we grow older, all of us, including adoptees, are faced with the emotional complexity of uncertainty, not truly knowing who you are or who you want to become. So how might we create safe spaces for people to process their emotions without needing all the answers? To explore that, I created The Blooming Path, a public activation inviting people to reflect, share, and choose a flower tied to what they needed that day. It became a gentle space for vulnerability, comfort, and self-compassion. Let's watch how people engage with The Blooming Path.
The question is, what part of yourself are you still trying to understand? I am still trying to understand why I'm too nice to people who walk over me all the time.
So the question is, what do you do when you feel disconnected from yourself? What I do personally is that I go to the bathroom, I lock myself in there, and I listen to music because I have family issues a lot, and that's the only place I feel comfort in. And I just, listen to my, like I said, my music, and that's really it. Thank you. Have a good day.
While The Blooming Path invites internal reflection, some adoptees are ready to look outward, to search for their origins. How might we design community-based programs that encourage adoptees to build supportive relationships? That's where Root comes in. It's a platform designed to support the most difficult and often emotional part of the journey, reconnection. For many adoptees, the search for a family is about more than data. It's about answers, healing, and identity. Root uses AI-driven tools to trace connection through voice, face, and history, restoring what once felt out of reach. The current systems aren't working for adoptees. Platforms today focus narrowly on DNA, but what if a birth family never submitted their DNA? The search becomes frustrating, unpredictable, and often leads nowhere. There's little emotional support and no tailored tools that understand adoptee-specific needs. Kim, an adoptee from Korea, said, "Sometimes it feels like I'm looking for a ghost when I search for my birth family." In fact, 1/3 of my interviewees said they want to search for their birth families, but feel unequipped to begin. This is the gap we're here to bridge. At its core, Root helps bridge families and restore identity with care and precision. Root works in 5-layer stages. This multi-layered root process increases much success while honoring the emotional complexity of reunion. Meet Evelyn, an adult adoptee beginning the search for her biological family. She opens Root, signs up as an adoptee, and moves through a guided profile setup, including photo uploads, voice input, and adoption records. Once inside, she lands on the main dashboard, where family search and match updates are shown. Soon after, Evelyn receives a notification. A potential match with 87% similarity. Her name is Suki. She might be her biological mother. Root provides a secure, private space for Evelyn to verify the match, start a conversation, and decide how to move forward at her own pace. It's not just a tool for searching, it's a platform built with empathy, agency, and the hope of being found. These 4 projects reflect different stages of the adoptee journey, from curiosity to community, reflection to reconnection. Together, they form an ecosystem of care, meeting adoptees where they are and walking with them. At the core is one belief: Identity isn't something to solve, it's something to nurture. This thesis is just one part of a much larger conversation, one guided by the strengths, honesty, and generosity of the adoptee community. I'm grateful to those who trusted me with their stories and helped me shape this work with care and clarity, because every adoptee deserves their moment of recognition. Thank you.
Yeah, really thoughtful. I know that a lot of our students and you wanted to sort of move the work into users' hands. Can you talk a little bit about how this might evolve in the hands of adoptees?
I hope this work becomes the foundation for adoptees where they can build on and shaping it in their own way with their lived experience.
Yeah, I can see this resonating. I also like the fact that you came back to identity isn't something that we solve, it's something that we nurture. Really beautiful. How did you write that? It's a beautiful sentence.
I was just inspired by my adoptees while I was having an interview, so I was very thankful to them about sharing their own private story and trusted me with their with the process that I was going through with them together. Also interview and including the research workshop. So yeah.
Lovely. Thank you.
Thank you.
Please welcome to the stage our next presenter, Kira Fu.
Hello everyone, my name is Zhiwen, also known as Kira. I'm a product and industrial designer based in New York. I love thinking and exploring any problems in my life, and one specific question has stopped me again and again. The toilet. There were moments when I found myself tiptoeing and shifting around the toilet, trying to find a comfortable position, and as a designer, I'm stuck in thought. Is something wrong with me or is something wrong with the toilet? On this issue, most people choose to avoid or remain silent because it's awkward. But the truth is, we all use the toilet every day. We need to take it serious, and why aren't we just talking about it? So I decided to rethink the toilet, to understand how its design could better support our natural human needs. I began with a survey about toilet comfort, and the result shocked me. Nearly half of them said the toilet has felt wrong, and 8 out of 10 said they had to constantly adjust their posture to use it. That's when I realized this isn't just my issue, it's a shared experience. To dig deeper, I interviewed the experts across different fields. One of them said the toilet is actually where people feel most vulnerable, is a space for mental relief. So how might we make the toilet a more comfortable, more intimate space? I organized a small party talk workshop with familiar friends, focusing entirely on toilet and the booth moment. Each participant created a toilet journey map. They map out each toilet moment, physically and emotionally. The words like numb legs, too smelly, too high, and butt pain came up again and again. And these unspoken, unmeasured feelings make one thing clear. It's time to realign toilet structure with real human need. To bring more people into the conversation and collect wider input, I curated a small exhibition called Give a Shift. It turned the act of toilet into a public, participatory experience. I use CNC machines to build different physical prototypes and simulating various toilet design. Once visitors check in and receive a sticker card, they would test 3 different experience zones. There were sand zone, height zone, and the seat shape zone. Then they marked their preference on the shared map. This approach encourages real interaction. The final data shows most people prefer curved seat, showing openness to new form, and medium height was the most popular. It made people feel more natural and squat-like. And freshwater scent was the top choice, with almost half people prefer clean-smelling environment. This insight pointed me to 3 design pillars: ergonomic, environment, and behavior. And the first thing people encounter isn't the seat, it's the environment. Back in my exhibition and workshop, many people complained about smell. So no one wants to smell something too familiar. To address this, I designed a scent service called Aromanteller, which can help restroom keep fresh, both in private and public. Here's how it works. User Amy sees a poster while using the shopping mall bathroom, and then she registers and fills out a short questionnaire on their scent preference online. Then she receives a scent collector kit to gather a personal order sample. And after that, the sample is sent back and analyzed by a professional team who created a customer solid fragrance. Finally, the product is shipped to Amy, and she can place one in the office, keep one for the business trip, and stick one at home. She also can update subscription anytime. Compared to traditional air freshener, Aromanteller neutralizes them at a molecular level, and the portable design lets users stick it anywhere, no matter the layout. After environment discomfort, the next thing is behavior. Many people have bad toilet habits, poor posture, long time for using, and lack of hygiene. When participating in the workshop site, I know using my phone makes me stay longer, but I just can't help it. Yes, that's just how habits work. So how can we design things without using phones? What if there was a toilet coach? Meet Mr. Pooh, an AI voice assistant built into the toilet. It uses pressure sensors in the seat to detect and gently correct behavior. When the user sees the system activities, depending on the different situation, it enters one of 3 modes. If posture is poor or time longer than 10 minutes, system will enter coaching modes and give the user some tips or guideline. If there's no response for 30 seconds, system will enter silent mode. User can also say "Hi, Miss Pooh" or playing some music to enter interaction modes. It's a screen-free, low-interference system that appears only when needed, respecting privacy and timing. But even Mr. Pooh is still a compromise. Ideally, the toilet itself should naturally get people into the right posture, without saying anything. Toilet reviewer Mr. Zhang said, modern toilet focus on the outlook and the technology, but ignore the people body fundamental need. I started doing global research on the toilet usage. There are 5 main types, but the most common one is a seated flush toilet. That means we are used to pooping at a 90-degree angle, and the 90-degree angle sitting posture blocks the rectum, but leaning forward makes pooping easier. Defecation is complex. It involves muscle, bones, blood, and nerves. The seated posture might feel normal, but it's actually bend the rectum. However, the squatting makes the rectum more open to facilitate defecation. Another doctor said, squatting is like a highway, while sitting is like a winding mountain road. So why don't we all just quit? Well, it can cause numb legs, hygiene problems, and for many people, it's just hard to do. So what if we could keep the sitting but bring back the posture of squatting? I started to design and test prototypes. These two test the height and the seat curvature. This one tested leg support and frame. And this one assists full body ergonomic and function. Eventually, this led to the creation of my final design, ErgoFlow. ErgoFlow is a toilet that naturally helps you sit in a better position without changing your need. First, it has a side leg support, which helps prevent numbness and is most people to sit down smoothly. Second, the seat is 14 inches high, lower than the standard. This brings the posture closer to a natural squat, but while still sitting. Third, the forward tilted seat distribute hip pressure evenly and encourage a natural forward lead, straightening the rectum. And finally, it have a touchless auto-closing lid, enhanced hygiene and easy of use. Let's see the video. Yeah, the idea behind ErgoFlow isn't to reinvent everything, it's to correct what went wrong along the way. Over the past year, I've come to believe something deeply. Design is about offering a meaningful or design-for or delightful ways to support self-care of any kind. And rethinking the topic is not just about comfort, it's about respect for what's natural. Thank you.
I thought people were ordering the dog toy. All right, well, I mean, what do you want to hear more about? Mr. Pooh, I'm guessing? The toilet? I love the combination of seriousness and lightness and humor, and for me, this is just like the perfect recipe in a design body of work. Which piece is most meaningful to you?
I think the most meaningful thing is to encourage people to rethink everything about themselves, to like the experience and the uncomfortable in our life, and find a way to reinvent them.
Big ambitions. The biggest challenge for you, because there were lots along the way.
Yeah, the biggest challenge is like people to talk about this topic in the public and find some pinpoint during this process, and also encourage them to find the right posture when they're using the toilet. So
Do you think that humor made it easier for them to share personal things with you?
yeah, I think humor is a part of them, and I also want people to rethink something about it if it can. Yeah.
Well, we promised people surprises at the break. It should become obvious why we had you as the last project before the break. We were planning the snack surprises. I mean, you can go into the bathroom stalls and see what's happening. I don't know. But we can promise you treats. Kira, thanks for finishing up this first half with us so well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oops, sorry. All right, so we will be back. How are we on time? 3:15? No, so let's move that to, we'll go 3:30. And we can do a live edit here. So please stick around. We're really happy that you were with us for the first half of the afternoon. Please come back. Invite your friends to come. Invite them to come sit in on the live stream, and we appreciate you all. So have some food and some snacks. We'll see you in 20 minutes. Thank you.
when they dim the lights. We hope you enjoyed your break. Please welcome to the stage our next presenter, Erica Fink.
I entered my thesis focused on the inequality of power and of money in this country. Let's take a look. Back in the 1960s, CEOs of companies typically earned about 21 times that of the average worker. Today, it's nearly 400 times that of the average worker. When you then look at the companies in America that employ the most workers, the disparity between their wages and the owning class becomes so exorbitant that it's hardly legible. Early in my thesis, I made an interactive version of this data using pizza, where most people end up getting a tiny slice and Domino's shareholders get the rest. That tiny slice is unlivable. But my thesis is not about dwelling in the scale of disparity and harm in this country. It's about organizing for change. My name is Erica Fink, and my thesis, Collective Power Tools, explores how to increase capacity for worker-led organizing using design. When I say worker-led organizing, I'm talking about the formation of labor unions. Labor unions are defined as the organization of coworkers into a collective that is able to pressure the boss for change. Labor organizing is responsible for winning and maintaining most of the rights people have at work today, from breaks and meal periods to health care, paid time off, and beyond. Unfortunately, union membership in America has been declining since the 1980s because of policy, at nearly the same rate as inequality has risen. On the other hand, interest in unions is currently growing, with the majority of the public in support. But this gap remains, where organizing new unions is extremely challenging. As a designer, I've wanted to explore the pain points that everyday people experience in trying to form a union and to explore how to scale up the best solutions. So I set out to talk to subject matter experts across union leadership, movement technology, labor journalism, innovation, and nonprofits, and organizers in a range of industries, from meatpacking to tech to architecture. I attended labor organizing trainings with Labor Notes and EWOC, and supported labor actions in the city, like Starbucks Picket Line and for Sesame Workers Union. And I began to map out an organizer's journey to form a union and what their various drop-off reasonings may be along the way. This became my map for design. Today, I'm going to share projects across 3 elements within this process: the early mindset shift, one-on-one conversations, and consensus building as your collective grows. But let's start at the beginning, in a situation where you're treated unfairly at work. You may believe that this is a personal failing, that you're alone in this experience, and that things just are the way they are. Organizing, however, begins with a different mindset, a belief that things can be better with a union. This need for a mindset shift led me to design a mobile site, Good Grievance, a productive place to vent. Camille is a barista in Brooklyn. Her boss has been withholding tips, so she came here to vent about compensation. She scans the rest of the list and marks environmental hazards too, remembering the unaddressed mold in the break room. She inputs some details and finds herself on a spectrum based on her workplace conditions, noticing how many of her coworkers are also unhappy about each issue, seeing what comparable workplaces are like that have better conditions and any organizing efforts that were made to achieve it, and see the history of that condition. By seeing herself on a spectrum and in a historical timeline, she can realize that her conditions aren't fixed. Change is possible. But change doesn't happen overnight. And most importantly, it doesn't happen alone. Organizing after your own mindset shift requires talking to coworkers through one-on-one conversations. These conversations can be challenging because coworkers are often siloed from one another and there's lack of personal rapport, and because one can be unsure what to say and how to talk about unions, especially when there's a real fear of retaliation and need for secrecy. Before this year, I thought that organizing required certain personality traits to overcome these barriers, being super outgoing, bold, confrontational. But in my research, organizers reflected on their own personality traits and that of organizers they look up to, and their qualities ran the gamut. Michelle Penson reflected back to me, everyone has it in them to be an organizer. Lots of things can be learned. The art of labor organizing conversations has been distilled into teachable techniques. There's already great work being done to spread these skills through virtual and in-person trainings by unions and labor orgs. During trainings, you're often paired into a breakout room to role-play organizing conversations. However, trainings are one-off. Carrying on momentum is a challenge. So I thought, how might we scale the power of these conversational trainings to be a regular practice, an opportunity to build solidarity with other organizers along the way? Introducing 1-800-ORGANIZE, practice makes power. 1-800-ORGANIZE is a peer-to-peer hotline for budding organizers to practice the conversations they're preparing to have with coworkers. Through role play, they'll up their skills, build solidarity, lower anxiety, and increase their chances of success in forming a collective. Here's how it works. You text the hotline and answer a series of quick questions about the conversation you're preparing for. We'll pair you with another peer on the line who will role play as your coworker. For example, Layla, who we'll hear from in a moment, is beginning to organize at the museum where she works. She's gearing up for a conversation with a coworker in another department, Max, who she hardly knows but wants to bring into the fold. Another organizer on the line will role play as Max and help her practice. Let's listen in.
Hey Max, do you have a second to chat?
Not really. They've got me working late again tonight.
Gosh, that was me all last week. A couple of us are grabbing lunch tomorrow, actually, to talk about the staffing issues. Want to join?
I mean, I don't know. I'm not sure anything really changes.
Totally get that. But I figure if we're all frustrated alone, we might as well start comparing notes together.
What time?
Noon, in the park across the street. Just swing by if you're free.
Afterward, you receive a rubric to self-reflect on how it went. You can also find sample audio clips for inspiration on specific talking points, like what if my coworker asks about dues or retaliation, and hear best practices from seasoned organizers. Still, as prepared as you may be to talk to your coworkers, it can still be difficult. So I designed collective cards to help. Designed in the spirit of collectible trading cards to use as an aid during conversations with coworkers. Tear open a pack and find approachable information on your rights, common grievances, and the value of acting together. Organizers can customize decks to fit their workplace and choose to print themselves or order for distribution. Organizers say they can make information easier to remember on the spot, and in the wake of nerves, be a helpful prop to lean on. More, they're a helpful leave behind to share with coworkers. Okay, so I've talked about the mindset shift and the one-on-one conversations that are foundational to organizing. But as more people get involved, organizing becomes a group effort. Decisions need to be made together about what issue to campaign around, when to go public, what actions to take, and so on. But are we equipped with the skills to make group decisions? Before consensus building with a union, though, I wondered, how might we start practicing it in our everyday lives, with our teams, friends, and family? The vision for Consensus Builder is to help ease people into the skill of consensus building. You'll see the flow start in modes that help groups build the skills of consensus in everyday settings, from choosing a lunch spot with your work team to planning a trip with friends. Unlike basic polls or majority voting, it invites participants to reflect on their principles, rank proposals, and work toward decisions where everyone feels heard, without endless, unstructured back and forths that can stoke tension. With this skill in hand, when you face a union decision, you can feel more equipped. Zooming back out for a moment, I had a great time over the past 8 months learning this process. When you start out unorganized, there's something really alluring about realizing there's a process to organizing. But most people don't know what goes into organizing a union. If you don't know the steps, how the hell are you going to do it? Reading guides or attending trainings can often feel academic and like added work outside of work. So I set out to create an introduction to unions that's energizing. With Organizing Gym, an exercise class I designed with the support of fitness instructors who have done their own organizing in that industry. In the class, each activity embodies a stage of organizing. It's packaged as a curriculum that unions can partner with local gyms to offer at scale. Because of time, I can only show you 2 activities from the class, but let's have a look.
In this exercise, start with low intensity movement and work your way up to high knees. With a union, you may start with a petition and work your way up to a strike, when you're all out and have the most power. When you're cohesive and synchronized, you can succeed. You can even lift up a person with a few fingers. And your organizing can lead to a union and to wins at the negotiating table.
Exercise your power!
Each of these collective power tools are designed to be used at scale because this work is increasingly urgent. There are so many people to thank. Thank you to my research community, to my advisor, Julia. And speaking of timeliness, I want to particularly thank my faculty. Over the course of my time at SVA, some faculty have been organizing. A couple months ago, I put up a poster in our elevators thanking faculty for role modeling what it means to believe in their worth and to build creative community. Within 2 hours, those posters got torn down. So I'll go ahead and make it bigger on the screen at SVA Theatre. This, by the way, is an organizing tip. When people try to stop organizing or companies union bust, highlight it to show how ridiculous that is. I'll close with one of my favorite quotes. The worker must have bread, but she must have roses too. Thank you to my faculty. Thank you to everyone being here and for your support. If anything, I hope the takeaway is that there's enough bread and roses to go around. Knowing that is the first step, and then there's more steps to follow. It's time to get organized. Thank you.
So many great projects. I love the continuum, the very beginning and at the end. So you worked with like a lot of organizers. I wrote down meatpacking, retail, hospitality, nonprofits, different kinds of workplaces. So what was that like?
Yeah, it was really an honor. Speaking of different communities, the technicians at this theater actually formed a union in 2023. They're currently in the process of negotiating a contract, so shout out to SVA Theatre Tech Union.
Well, now all the camera people are doing close-ups of you, posting, you know. Yeah, I just so thoughtful from beginning to end. I can imagine this may be your next work.
I would love to stay involved in workers' rights. There's great organizations out there like the Workers Lab doing innovation in this space as well. Other designers like Martha Grant, who's focused on the contract stage of that process that we looked at. So there's a lot of potential along that continuum, like you said.
It's great. And we have candy roses for everybody because roses come in a dozen. So something there. Thanks.
Please welcome to the stage our next presenter, Yuenkong Jing.
I've been immersed in music since I was 12, learning piano and play oboe and spent 6 years in symphony orchestra. Sound has always been how I connect to the world and how I receive information. But I've never asked, how does the silent world feel, express, and understand? This question sparked my curiosity. Hello everyone, my thesis is titled Deafscape and Hearingscape, Communication Beyond Spoken Language. My name is Yuan Kongjing, I come from China, and I'm an industrial designer. As I mentioned, we sense the world in many ways, but how does a silent world, a deafscape, do that? How can I connect without knowing sign languages, and where do I even start? Through my interactions, I found the entry point into deafscape. The key is CODA, hearing children of deaf adults, who navigate the both worlds, and in the process of learning and connection, I also came across another unique group, it's called DHP, the deaf children of hearing parents. They represent the reverse of CODAs, but both groups live at the intersection of two very different worlds. I interviewed CODA special education professors and sign language interpreter. Their insights helped shape my design direction. I also organized an online workshop focused on the CODAs and the pain point within mixed language using family and the deaf world. Start from their pain point, I decided to address the issue on these 3 levels. Hearing their quotation and experiences helped me see the inclusive design in a new way. A deaf community owns their own culture, like an island, where they thrived. But in the hearing world, hearing center world, they were expected to adopt. The DHP and the CODA served as a bridge between the island and the mainland. Many design to deaf adapt to the hearing norms, but I want to support them live well and shape in the shared world on their own terms. Our design will develop around these 3 scapes and design the 4 zones for them. Let's begin to the chapter 1, Between the Two Worlds. Between the two worlds, it supports the family use mixed language. Many struggling CODA and DHP face like emotion distance and miscommunication come from language imbalance. The quote from Professor Yu Liang highlights the key point. In the mixing language using family, uneven language skills often limited communication. Tech can help shape the information, but real emotional conversation, especially between parents and children, are still hard. DHP often have a hearing parents don't sign, and CODAs may not fluent either. This imbalance is the root of the problem. So my question is, how may we create a shared awareness at home? Can communication happen effortlessly, like air naturally flowing through the shared space? It's lead to my first project, SignSight, make the shared awareness visible. SignSight is a smart home device designed for mixed language using family and a deaf household. Unlike the voice-based device like Google Nest and Alexa, mixed language using family need both voice and visual inputs. In a deaf household, it means use mic and a camera as input, speaker projects as output. For the visual input, I use a MediaPipe, an AI tool that turns human body movements into data using a standard camera. I explored sketch and forms, choose a round rectangle style to blend tech feeling and emotional warmth and modular design. I also test different scale 3D printing prototypes and refine the portability and economical grip. This system has 3 parts. The first is the auto-tracking camera stand, and second is a core module with the camera and a projector. The third one is a smart blob. Unlike the voice-based device like Siri, this one uses clip to activate motion capture and send data to device. It also responds to voice inputs. You can see, hey, signed, to wake it up. Let's take a look on the product features video. Since the projection can't cover every corner of the room, the smart bulb provides the visual cues through the light signal to indicate events. Let's take a look on the using scenario video.
Hey Sign, what is broadly in sign language?
After complete the first project, we move to chapter 2, design from Hearingscape. Hearingscape means design for the sign language learner, and it include all sign language learner as well as CODA and DHP in their earlier stage of their sign language learning journey. Smart designs can help the convenience, but the real boundary is a language imbalance. To truly address it, we need to focus on the sign language itself. A spoken language is a line, sign language is a cube. A 3D language composes 5 components. They are hand shapes, location, movement, plumb orientation, and non-minor signals. Sign language relies on 5 components working together, and the statics is different from spoken language. Often use term, topic, comment structure. It makes it even harder for hearing people to learn it. After learning the grammar, ASL interpreter Kabaski noticed that most apps feel just like a dictionary. They show signs, but not grammar or flow. The key issue include inconsistent visual, poor movement, hand shapes links, and no real-time expression capture. So my question is, how can we build shared understanding through sign languages? Especially, how can learner grasp the spectrum grammar through interactive, visual, and immersive experiences? Then I conduct the test. Use the Java and the MediaPipe to create interactive sign language motion. Explore how well MediaPipe capture dynamic sign languages movements. So we arrived to our second project, SignSight Interactive Hub for Learning Sign Languages. SignSight Interactive Hub is a gesture-based learning app connected to the smart home system SignSight. It helps bridging the communication gaps in the mixed language using family, especially where the language skills are unbalanced. Let's take a look how it works. First, the projection is activated and go to a home screen. Choose your control method, mobile control or sign control. For this demo, we're gonna use sign control. MediaPipe now is tracking your movement, and detailedly, the MediaPipe gonna break down your gesture into 5 components, perfectly match the 5 essential elements of sign language. Now let's begin to learn sign languages. Start from hand shape as our first example. First, you can activate the auto tracking system and type in I love you. It's gonna show an example. You can play, pause, and see which components form the sign. For deep understanding, click the button to see the detailed breakdown for each gestures, and it's how the frame learning works. Now, let's explore how the comprehensive learning operates. The module addresses the difference between sign language and spoken languages order, help you structure your sign correctly. For example, if you're typing I went to a library yesterday, the app will break it down into individual signs and reorder according to the sign language statics. You can tap each sign to see how it's performed and replay them together. The sign also provides a hint, like finger spell A from mouse to the air. Let's move to chapter 3, Devscape. Return to the map. At the third level of our design, we focus on the emotional express, this time from deaf perspective. After learning the sign language, we realized that facial expressions and body language is just important. They are like tone of voice for deaf people. But there are still some challenges. Deaf interpreter Chi explained that deaf people read emotions through facial expressions, while the hearing people rely on the tone. For example, same sentence can feel different just by tone, but caption often miss that. So, how may we bridge the emotional gaps between deaf and hearing communications and the communities? How may we make the emotional more visible and mutual beyond words, sound, and spoken tones? It leads to our third project, Mood, See the Feeling. Mood is an emotional recognition dynamic subtitle system designed to translate the emotional tones in spoken language into dynamic subtitle and fluent curves. Even though the AI emotional tools are advanced, they rarely give the visual or accessible results at working well for deaf communication. Based on the Russell's emotional model, we use different colors to represent the 4 quadrants, showing the change and the violence and the intensity. I also choose easy-to-read font and add animation effects that match each emotional quadrant. On the homepage, user can adjust the size of the animation subtitle to make it more comfortable and less distracting during the conversation. Let's take a look how it works.
Okay, today's the day. I can't believe it's finally happening. I've been thinking about this all week. Outfit looks good. Everything's packed. I just hope everything goes smoothly. Honestly, I'm kind of nervous, but in a good way, you know? Oh, butterflies. But yeah, do this.
After the chat app will show the text summary, user can tap part of the conversation to see the emotional feedback and mood change. After that, we came to the deaf gain, a term from the book Deaf Gain. It shows how loose one of the sensors can strengthen others, and how sign language holds deep cultural value, and this idea formed my fourth project, designed for the better understand between deaf and hearing people. In this UX design, the silent coffee is a one-on-one chat without speaking. Participants can use nonverbal cues to connect, give the hearing people a glimpse into deaf communication and expressions. I created a brochure, a hint card on the backside of the invitation card, showing the basic sign language gestures to help the participants better understand the deaf culture and during the coffee chat. After the coffee chat, one reflection stayed with me. Communication without spoken language is difficult, but somehow I can better remember the vibrant, lively person sitting across from me. Again, deafness is not a loss, but again, a cultural, a cognitive alternative that enrich the human experiences. Looking at the back, the Thesis has been more than just 4 projects. It's been a journey of learning how to really listen even without sound. Each step helped me better understand the communication means. It's not just a word, it's a presence, it's emotion, it's being seen. What I've come realize is silence isn't empty, it's full of meaning if we're willing to meet it halfway. So everyone who support me through this journey, endless love and gratitude to you all. A heartfelt thank you to all the coders, DHP, and deaf friends who support me with so much care and insights through this journey. Again, let me send one more time. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I know one of the things that you wanted to talk about that you've been thinking about is this distinction between inclusive design and what we might think about as invasive design.
Yes.
So when you're studying when you're serving another culture, you need to be a little bit careful. I was wondering if you could talk a little bit about that.
Yes, like already some existing products on the market, like the vibration bracelets, but that from the user is a little bit aggressive to the user when they do the interviews. So I think if we put a smart object at home and don't touch with the users, and it's more like inclusive design from my perspective in this time.
Nice. Tell us a little bit more about Deaf Gain.
The Deaf Gain. Yes, like just what I said is like deaf people live on the island. It's not means they're not workable. They live really, really well. And lots of design is helping them to align with the hearing world because we dominated it. So yeah, this is how I changed my design directions when I'm doing the research because I read that book, The Deaf Gain, and also from the interpreters and deaf people talking with that.
I have to say thank you like this.
Yeah, thank you like that.
Please welcome to the stage our next presenter, Yifan Zhang.
Last year, I joined a dance club in Flushing and met a lady. She's warm and get other people to join my workshop. One day, she told me, "You remind me of my daughter." Her daughter studied here got a job, and started a family. But now, she's busy. They hardly talk anymore. In that moment, I realized maybe she felt like she no longer had the place in her daughter's life. She is not the only one. She is one of many. In the United States, there are over 1.5 million elder Chinese immigrants. Many of them come here to support their children in raising the grandchildren, cook meals, provide care, and offer the quiet love in the new land. But now, families grow, and many elders are left an unfamiliar question: who I am, if I'm no longer needed. And that not just only challenge. The over 60% of Chinese American seniors have limited English proficiency, and 26% older Chinese immigrants report feel lonely, a rate higher than the national average. They are more than the quiet neighbors, the unread messages. This leads me to deep question: what happens to people who raise us, teach us, and love us start to feel left behind? That's the heart of my research. I spoke with experts in psychology, doctor, nurse, and senior cares who helped me to put words to what I was unseen. When I talked with Dr. Yang, a psychologist who worked close with elder immigrants, both China and US, he said, it's not just about language, it's about identity. Many elders are not against to change. They are tied between their roots and their survival. I want to understand, what do these tensions feel like? So I stopped just asking the questions, start to create a co-creation workshop, ECHO. ECHO helps elder Chinese immigrants could explore their memory, their losses, and their hopes. By their hands, their story, and emotions, they cared by the lifetime. That experience led me to the clear insight. What is truly matter for them is belonging and connection. Let's talk the belonging first. Belonging isn't about only family. As a Joy, who worked at the senior center said, social activities help older adults feel less isolated and more valued. That's ideally to the Joyver, a neighborhood app for the elder Chinese immigrants. It helps them connect people around them. Let me tell you about my user, May. 3 months after moving to New York with her daughter, May still rarely go outside, so her daughter downloaded the Joyver for her. May opened the app and easy to switch to the Chinese interface. The layout is clear and large text and big buttons, ideal for the shaky hands and tired eyes. She found an online classes teaching elder people how to use the Google Maps. She happily joins. Later, she said the local chess meetup in the park at 2 p.m., just 1 minute away. She think, maybe I will go to take a look. She sent a voice message. Will anyone be here today? Someone replies. She tapped the navigation to the events, and the Joyver launched the AR navigation screen. May is good at cooking, so they engaged her to host shared events on the Joyver. She clicked the button, take a picture, and use a voice input. Creates her first event. Joyver became her first step into the unfamiliar, and her first step out of loneliness. But the belonging is not just about the social inclusion. I will also learn about emotion resonance. I began to think about and evokes what makes the strong memory. And sometimes, that feeling begins with a taste, a smell, or a touch. I interviewed elder Chinese immigrants on Zoom and asked them to share their favorite recipes. In response, I found that they didn't just share the recipes, they shared their memories. How their mother fought in the dumplings, how their wife made the chicken soup every week. This echoed the sentiment from the Arthur Young, who once wrote, food is a cultural memory. For them, food is not just a food. It's a memory. It's a family. It's a love. This notion became the spark behind the taste of home. In this project, I bring older adults' stories in shopping center in Flushing. Passers-by were invited to read their memories, a collection of stories about family, distance, and love, and through their words, feeling quite sense of resonance. Next, visitors could choose the recipe card to take home. Not just the dish look good, could they feel connected to the storyteller. Before leaving, each person write their own taste of home ticket, handwrite notes, a memory, or just a few words. They didn't just read someone's story. In that moment, they become a part of it. If the belonging is about social inclusion and emotion resonance, the connection at work makes people feel present. Objects could be the storage of memory, link people across the time and space. This insight led me to design the Sponian, a set of connected spoons for the family members who are living apart. This is a soft symbol. In the beginning, I explore ways to explore the connection between the separate objects through the pattern, shape, and color, but nothing felt quite right. So I began deconstructing the form, cutting, routing, and reassembling, until I found a structure that felt right. Now, 2 spoons, 2 people, connected. Let's see the videos about 2 family members who are living apart. This project isn't about functionality, it's about evoked emotions. Connection grows through the shared routines, and sometimes they begin when we create something together. As Nicholas once said, relationships, like the garden, need water and sunshine. That metaphor becomes a foundation of the family seed, an app that turns daily gestures into a growing symbol of care. Nico has been used family seed for 10 days. She loves recall family moments on it and watching her plants grow. When she attended her daughter's thesis presentation, she left a voice message on the app to capture this special moment. She submits and see the plants grow a little more. And each family member can choose their own plant, such as a cactus for the grandpa or the money tree for mom. Every interaction is recorded and reflected in the family's history. That's the trees of love. And everything goes beyond the screen. It can place the virtual plants whatever you like. It can even add a warmth and touch greenery to the POD. Through the 4 design projects, I explore how design can generally bring back the connection, memory, and care across the generation and distance, stay connected to the culture, and feel close to the family. May every memory find the listener, every act of care find its way back. Thank you to my family and friends for always supporting me. Your love means the world to me. I love you all.
We love you all too. Yeah. Can you, I guess, how did your own life experiences affect, not only the design development, but I guess the emotional journey through this whole project?
Because I lived with my grandparents over 8 years, I know them. They feel left behind like very earlier. Actually, I think it's not just for the older people, design for the older people. It's for us, the shaping the future, because they feel left behind is very similar like us in today's AI-driven world. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a beautiful term. It actually struck me every time in all the rehearsals, this notion of being left behind. The other thing that struck me was a relationship is like a garden. Such a beautiful metaphor. Talk to us a little bit more about how you chose this sort of plant. You were even specific about the cactus for grandpa, right? The money tree for mom.
Oh yeah, because each family members love their own plants. Like my mom loved the money tree. Yeah, love her money for raising me, and also grandpa liked the cactus because it's easy to grow. Yeah,
that's true. Quite resilient. Yeah. Well, I think it's lovely that you were general around the metaphor of the garden, but also specific with each of the plants. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Please welcome to the stage our next presenter, Vani Gandhi.
Hi, my name is Vani, and this is my thesis, Habit Designs, Products About Burnout. Of all the adults here today and online on the video, 30% have or will experience burnout. Burnout is a state of emotional or physical and mental exhaustion caused by prolonged excessive stress. Of the 4.4% of ADHD adults here today, 93% have or will experience burnout. That's a 210% increase from the average adult. Why? ADHD is a neurodevelopmental disorder characterized by persistent patterns of inattention, hyperactivity, and impulsivity that interfere with daily functioning and development. This causes executive dysfunction, the impaired ability to plan, organize, start, focus on, and complete tasks. For someone with ADHD, any given task takes much more energy than it takes others. To shower, get dressed, and get out the door in the morning requires the amount of care and concentration that other people expend over their entire day. This often leads to habitual burnout, a state where burnout is not just an occasional reaction to stress, but becomes a chronic long-term condition. Essentially, burnout becomes your default mode. How can ADHD adults spend less energy on daily tasks to prevent burnout? A habit is a task that takes less energy due to consistent repetition. The more you repeat an activity, the more the structure of your brain changes to become efficient at that activity. Eventually, the task becomes automatic. A routine is a collection of habits that flow from one to the next in a way that feels natural. Habit stacking, habit grouping, and habit tracking are popularized methods of creating a routine. On a day without burnout, I wake up in the morning, drink water, take meds, and feed my bunny, get ready for the day, get out of the house, work, eat, clean, get ready for bed, and sleep. Burnout first affects cleaning, then it affects getting ready for bed, then getting ready in the morning, and then getting out of the house, and only then does it affect my work performance. General burnout usually impacts work performance first. ADHD burnout, on the other hand, hits self-care and cleaning tasks much harder and earlier. How can I design a better way for ADHD adults who struggle with burnout to create self-care and cleaning routines? Method 1, body doubling. Body doubling is a strategy where someone works alongside another person, either in person or virtually. The presence of another person can act as a gentle reminder to stay on track, and the potential for social interaction can be a motivator. How might we use body doubling as a motivator for a self-care or cleaning routine? How might we build a community of ADHD adults that can mutually assist in self-care or cleaning routines? Introducing Roo Time. It starts with 4 steps of onboarding. Once users click Start, they can choose between a morning, cleaning, or bedtime routine. Users have to choose from the tasks options provided to them, which reduces mental load. They pick 7 tasks to add to their routine, and remember this routine happens after you shower. Let's say I pick brush teeth, face skincare, dress clothes, take medication, feed pet, put on perfume, and pack bag. Users then order the tasks in the way they'll complete them by using the arrows or dragging and dropping. Users choose a nickname and an avatar. Users choose a nickname and an avatar that gives privacy and anonymity. Users have up to 45 minutes to complete 7 2 to 6 minute tasks. Once the app opens, the first screen they'll see is this. These are a series of audio calls lasting up to 45 minutes. In these calls, users are completing their routines together. You can filter by routine and then click on the option that gives you the right amount of time. Once in the call, your screen is split into a view of the participating users and your task list. They can add other users, they can toggle their mic, and they can check mark the tasks on their list. When users press done, they are informed of how many times they have completed the routine. The users can build community. Users can search for others by nickname. They can see which of their connections are online, send a routine request, or join a connection's existing routine. They can also direct message at one another. Users can create 1 morning routine, 1 cleaning routine, and 1 bedtime routine. Users can edit or create these routines at any time. The type of routine corresponds to the type of audio call you choose. And that's root time. Method 2, gamification. Gamification is the use of game-like elements such as points, levels, rewards, challenges, and progress tracking in non-game contexts to make tasks more engaging and motivating. But if there are winners, there are also losers. When barriers to functioning make completing tasks difficult, a person can experience an immense amount of shame. They are unlikely to reach out for help with these tasks due to intense fear of judgment and rejection. How might we create reward for self-care and cleaning tasks without causing more shame over bad results? How might we create a way to reach out to the people in our lives for help without fear of judgment? Introducing habit poker. This prototype includes a list of self-care and cleaning tasks with their corresponding value, a block number timer that counts down 15 minutes, a deck of cards, and 5 sets of unique poker chips that reference achievement with the following values. Let's say in 15 minutes, a user brushes their teeth, takes out their contacts, drinks water, takes medication, and feeds their pet, changes their clothes, collects dirty dishes and trash. They will receive 113 points. Next is to play poker. The game is still to win poker. Performing these tasks only gives you an advantage. You can earn the least amount of points and still win tournament-style poker. And that's habit poker. Method 3, altering the experience. As part of my research, I interviewed 8 people with ADHD. One told me I had trauma related to my mom forcing me to do dishes, not treating it like a chore, but a command. I am a bit averse to wanting to do it mentally on top of the sensory mushiness of old food, the water is too hot or too cold, and my worry that things aren't getting washed properly enough. I don't mess with the dishes too often. How might we create a different sensory experience for a self-care or cleaning house routine? Can this sensory experience act as a positive cue for the self-care or cleaning house routine? Introducing the habit shelf. It started off as prototype 1, the leaf table. This started as a table that could be attached to a windowsill so that a user could have a view and sunlight as a sensory experience to accompany their tasks. It turned into prototype 2, the Medi shelf, a shelf that served as a visual indicator for at least one task. As part of my research, I held a workshop for ADHD adults where I organized activities that would teach me more about their habits in the home. I was able to get user feedback that they would prefer something more subtle. So we go to prototype 3, the habit shelf. I started with drawing variations of incense stick holders. I settled on this design, and here's how it turned out. The final product includes an incense stick holder, incense stick storage, and lighter storage to create a sensory experience to become associated with a routine. An electronic device with a large blue button that tallies up to 20 times the button is pressed, and a flat space to house the physical parts involved in the routine. Here's a video of how it works.
Hi, Mana. Mana, I can see your pimples are getting worse.
Yeah, I haven't been putting the skincare products the dermatologist gave me on every day.
Okay, that's not good.
I can't maintain the routine. I keep missing days.
We need to find a solution to that.
Yeah. The incense stick gives the user the freedom to customize the sensory cue and the habit to their preference. For example, I used lavender incense sticks as a sensorial cue for a skincare routine. And that's Habit Shelf. Earlier I mentioned that 4% of adults in this room and on the video experience ADHD burnout, but ADHD is underdiagnosed. 3/4 of adults experiencing ADHD are not aware of it. An additional 12% of adults unknowingly experience ADHD burnout. How do we spread awareness of ADHD burnout to the general public? Introducing small steps. This is an experiential product. Celebrating small steps includes 3 elements. At a coffee shop, a poster showing 3 days with varying levels of burnout, a box of medals, and me. I'm an element as I interact with customers at the coffee shop. It celebrates daily tasks that have already been performed. Here's a video of how it worked.
Welcome to my experience design. When you enter the coffee shop and you look to your left, you see a poster of infographics. You look closely and you'll notice this guy over here. That's you. You're getting a medal for your coffee. Because like the sign at the cashier says, some days we burn out. Celebrate the small steps. And we did.
Now it's a peek.
Thank you. Oh, thank you. Thank you.
A big thank you to Cafe Kalaka Brooklyn. Here's some photos of the event. I want to thank my subject matter experts for all the help that they've given me. I also want to thank my professors and my thesis advisor and my classmates. And I want to thank all of you for listening.
I love all of these projects. I particularly love the app of doing things together with a little audio, alone together. I think it's just so wonderful. think we want that. We need that.
Thank you.
Can you talk a little bit about some of your interviews? Because I know that was fascinating.
Yeah, it definitely was. I really loved learning more about how ADHD adults experience their day. I was surprised at how many ADHD adults skip self-care and cleaning on a daily basis because of burnout. And I also really enjoyed learning about their solutions, and it was really a great experience.
You've put together just a beautiful body of work. Want to congratulate you on that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Please welcome to the stage our next presenter, Emma Brigaud.
Wildfires and floods are escalating, and so is climate anxiety. Consumers are part of a food system that accelerates environmental harm, and in return, experts warn that one of the biggest impacts of climate change will be a food shortage. I hosted a workshop with climate-conscious consumers to understand what gets in the way of being more sustainable, despite good intentions. There was a lot to unpack. We're facing an issue of psychological and physical distance that makes sustainable behavior change a nightmare. The American food system thrives on individualism. So we have agency, but it's misplaced in habits of convenience that produce waste and deepen our disconnect from food and community. My research confirmed that sustainability is not just about reducing harm. It's about renewing our agency in sustainable habits by rebuilding connection, both sensory and social. Hi, I'm Emma Brigaud, and I'm thrilled to present my thesis, Designed to Reconnect: Shifts in Everyday Food Habits for a Less Wasteful Future. Household food habits follow 4 key phases: buying, storing, Household food habits follow 4 key phases: buying, storing, consuming, and discarding. Today, I'll show you 5 designs that target these moments. To further investigate making sustainable purchases, I created carbon footprints and placed them in a store aisle. They simply nudge the buyer to choose the next best alternative from where they stand, because one step sideways in the aisle can mean one step toward making a difference, right? It's hard to relate to the 1,500 pounds of carbon emissions you could save by switching from beef to chicken once a week. We're at the long end of a chain that's largely invisible to us, but our actions have a ripple effect. Rather than calculate emissions, we should turn our attention to waste. Think of it this way. When you throw away an onion, you're also wasting the water, the energy, and the refrigeration that went into creating it. A food waste educator helped me reframe my approach to waste prevention. It's not just what goes in the bin. We can reduce it directly and indirectly at every stage. If we are to shift our habits to support a sustainable and resilient system, what is the vision and how do we get there? I consulted chefs, farmers, and municipal leaders, visited urban farms and markets, and read books on resilient food systems. From there, I focused on designing interventions that encourage buying less, eating seasonally, cooking more, and strengthening local ties. Foraging with Wild Man Steve revealed how delight emerges when we tune ourselves to what's available. And the cold chain is the antithesis of foraging. Commercial produce is bred for durability at the cost of flavor. A mealy tomato, that's the result of spending a life in refrigeration and being forced to ripen off the vine so it can be supplied to us year-round. I wondered, how might we make buying produce more like foraging? Exploratory, intentional, and seasonal. To experience this concept, I created Foraging for Flavor, a pop-up hosted at the Museum of Food and Drink. Visitors explored the relationship between ripeness and flavor to reveal how the cold chain manipulates both. For example, bananas in New York are force ripened in warehouses using a color chart. People were quick to notice and vote for their preferred banana. But discerning what makes a locally grown tomato taste so much better than one that's commercial required more careful inspection.
Honestly, when you go to the grocery stores, appearance doesn't mean anything, where it's like, just because one looks perfect and identical doesn't mean it's better.
That's how they get you at the grocery store, because you can't taste everything.
That tomato feels like you're eating guts.
She's not the only one to react to a bad tomato. Online, I found comments like, depressing, ruined my entire month, soul-crushing. And in an interview, someone exclaimed, "Why have I never learned how to select a perfect melon?" These comments may seem dramatic, but we know there's truth to their bitterness. Language is one of our superpowers and a form of agency. If we can articulate our preferences, we can start to demand better from the companies who supply our produce. This led me to create Fruitprint. It's a digital tool to build your skill in selecting produce. In the store, shoppers can reference a quick sensory checklist. For example, distinct netting on melon indicates it had more time to ripen on the vine. At home, they can evaluate the flavor and use that to guide the next purchase. The real power of Fruitprint isn't just choosing well, it's learning what made it good. And when we know that, we can avoid waste, eat with the seasons, and shift demand toward better farming practices. Okay, so you've mastered the art of buying fruit. What happens when you bring it home? This brings us to how we store our food. We all know the saying, out of sight, out of mind. And even the most enthusiastic consumer forgets to eat their fruit until it's too ripe. Our fruit is a timed-based fruit bowl that prompts a simple daily ritual. Flip it, check the fruit, and decide if it's ready to eat. This design emerged from prototyping, where I set out to create storage that's not just visible, but invites active participation. This response reflects exactly the kind of shift I was designing for. Connecting to your produce, even just moving it, can tell you something has changed. It's really the human thing to be in touch and in conversation in these ways with our food. Let's see it in action. My conversations with Allison about uniting the household around food waste inspired me. As much as I focused on the habits of current consumers, I should also consider the future consumer. How do we teach sustainable food literacy? Because 7% of American adults think chocolate milk comes from brown cows, which makes it less surprising that 1 in 3 children don't know how food is grown or processed. If we want the next generation to shape the better version of a food system, we need to start with how they learn and interact with food. One model that provides direct access to quality produce and food origins is community-supported agriculture. But most CSAs are designed for adults, with barriers like higher upfront costs, inconvenient pickup times, and little engagement designed for children. What if we made seasonal and local eating fun, affordable, and part of the school routine? Introducing Schoolyard Market, a box of produce delivered at school pickup designed for kids and their families. What students receive once a month isn't just a box of veggies. It's a mini curriculum designed into the packaging so families can learn by doing. On their way home, kids might learn that asparagus can grow 8 inches in a day. I found that fascinating. That night, they cook a plant-based meal together. No loose papers, no buried emails, no planning, just a simple shared experience. As one parent highlighted, it's a big ask to make healthier choices. So any way that you can make that process easier and make the parent feel like they're doing what's best for their kid, you have the right idea. The impact extends beyond a healthy shared meal. Schoolyard Market supports small farms by lowering the barrier to future CSA members and reduces waste through seasonal eating and composting. Leveraging social networks like schools is a tool we can employ for introducing sustainable behaviors. But there's another network that's equally effective. Disasterologists say knowing your neighbors can be the difference in surviving a climate disaster. But a series of polls and conversations revealed to me that many residents don't know their neighbors. I realized my task was twofold. Design a way to facilitate households to lessen their waste while opening the door for connection beyond a passing hello. Shared Shelf is a platform for building residents to exchange kitchen tools and perishables. So say you would like to bake your mom's famous blueberry muffins for an event, but you don't have a pan. You would rather not buy one off of Amazon for one-time use, so you decide to check your building's shared shelf. First, you search the cabinet for a muffin. You see that your neighbor Sarah has one, so you send a personalized request. You pick it up from her, and when you return it, you also leave a muffin as a thank you. A month later, she asks you for the muffin recipe. Shared Shelf stands out from channels like Facebook Buy Nothing groups and Nextdoor because it removes the awkwardness of asking for favors. Knowing what your neighbor has on hand lowers the barrier to making a connection. It's not only convenient, but it facilitates care and reciprocity. Across this work, I kept returning to 2 anchors: knowing your food and knowing your community. When we know our food, we waste less. And when we know our neighbors, we share more. Designing for both opens the door to more sustainable, joyful habits. It's beautiful to me that in this year of research and design, I discovered for myself what Robin Wall Kimmerer echoes in her book, Braiding Sweetgrass. She says, "All flourishing is mutual. We need the berries, and the berries need us. Their gifts multiply by our care for them and dwindle in our neglect. We are bound in a covenant of reciprocity, a pact of mutual responsibility to sustain those who sustain us, and so the empty bowl is filled." Cultivate your relationship with nature, but don't keep it to yourself. Let it permeate. Be a steward of neighborship, support farmers, savor the resilience and delight that comes with knowing your food. Thank you to those who gifted me their time, attention, and stories.
There's a tiny little UX element in there that the designers in the audience would have caught, which is, add first item, which I love because it actually nurtures a kind of expected behavior in a way that isn't bullying. It's great. All right, so Wildman Mike?
Steve.
Wildman Steve, sorry, it was Mike or Steve?
I've talked about him a lot with those who've been involved in the work.
Foraging was a revelation for you,
It
right?
was. So early in my research, I was interviewing with experts and users, and about 5 people kept asking me, "Have you gone foraging with Steve?" And I was like, "Who's Steve?" And then, 2 weekends later, I'm in Prospect Park foraging with Wildman Steve, but also so many people. I did not expect There were people from, in tech, a vet,
Other Steves.
maybe, I'm sure. And so it was just a wonderful experience, and I think that really shifted my approach to the work, because I was just constantly feeling a lot of tension with, okay, what is corporate versus consumer responsibility, especially in this system. But when I suddenly was like really just me with the land and realizing it's really about us connecting with it, and the delight that can come from things that are inherently sustainable, that's where I pivoted my approach.
It's perfect. I want that bowl, the timer bowl. I was thinking there's a lot of things I'd put in the bowl that I need to sort of check on.
Maybe it's not just fruit.
Breadth I'm thinking. So
maybe your to-do list?
I think we're selling lots of products here today. All right, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Please welcome to the stage our next presenter, Jingyi Gu.
Good afternoon, everyone. Here is a picture of a lighting design workshop hosted by me. And this is me. Before product design, I work as a furniture and lighting designer. And lighting has always been my passion. In early phase of my thesis, I created several prototypes to learn how does light make us feel. One example is an RGB lighting ball, designed to test how different light color affect human appetite. But I dug deeper, I realized that the lighting was more of a solution rather than the problem itself. So I shifted from how does the light impact us to who was impacted by the lighting the most. Today's society is increasingly moved towards 24-hour shifts. To keep society running, the workforce is divided into 3 shifts. And among them is a unique group, the third shift workers. The third shift workers typically start their work at midnight and finish around 8 a.m. That means they sleep while the rest of us work and work while we sleep. They spend half of their life under artificial lighting, and the other half are surrounded by the sunlight while we're sleeping. This made me wonder, what if life like when your internal rhythm and your lighting environment are completely reversed? With this in mind, I began this year-long journey. Hello, everyone. I'm Jingyi Gu. My thesis topic is After the Night Ends, Reimagine the After-Work Life for the Third Shift Worker. At the very beginning of this journey, I have no idea what the third shift workers look like. So I spoke with several field experts, conducted intensive literature reviews, and watched documentaries, read books, and blog posts that informed me about their lives. My curiosity to learn more led me to host a co-creation workshop to uncover real struggles and their hidden needs in the dark. This began to slowly bring me into their world. Building on this insight, I organized my findings and set out to create 3 design interventions, each targeting a different level of needs. Let's start with the first one, social services. In the interview, one of my users, Davika, asked me, why there is so hard to find services at night. There's no doctor, no dentist, few therapy, no loan office or bankers, no anything, and never on the weekend. Which made me wonder, how might we empower night shift workers to create a lifestyle that fits them instead of settling for the social default? That question led me to my first intervention, N-Life. N-Life is designed for the user with a unique lifestyle to eliminate challenges between mainstream society and unique lifestyle. I divided to social life into 2 parts, fundamental city services and the entertainment and culture services. Let's start with the first one. Imagine Davika wants to find the available CVS in the late night. When she opened the app, the density of people on the map shows her that she's not alone. Other night shift workers work with her as well. When she searches for the shop she's looking for, the app helps her find the open services without unnecessary distractions. Alternatively, if she wants to plan for her future schedule, she can select by the date and the exact time slot she's available. Given the irregular rhythm of her lifestyle, it's easy to lose track of opening and closing times. To solve this, the app includes smart reminders, alerting her when the store are about to close. Also, for the Devika and other night shift workers, finding after-work activity isn't as simple as searching by location or event name. What matters most to them is whether an event fits into their unique schedule. That's why this app prioritizes time slots. By selecting available time slots, Devika can now discover activity that align perfectly with her free time. Beyond just searching, she can also create and share her own events. This allows her to build a community where night shift workers can meet, unwind, and feel understood. From here, I feel the need to look beyond accessing services, while an invisible yet urgent concern quietly emerged. The safety of night shift workers moving through the silent hour of night. Bokaya, from my co-creation workshop, said that, since my job involves serving alcohol, a major challenge was people trying to touch me improperly. This inspired a Toast Night, an experienced pop-up bar that creates a space where people can support and empower each other when they encounter a safety experience with story, knowledge, and awareness. First, I invite participants to write down a bad memory or experiences. Then, they selected a drink that represents both the feeling they had at the moment and the superpower they wish they had. And they mixed their chosen drink and share with each other's. Through the process, we aim to transfer the intangible experiences into tangible tastes, allowing the participants to understand and connect with each other's experience more easily and deeply. Let's take a look. While Toast the Night help night shift workers process emotional challenges through shared experiences, my final project focuses on easing their physiological struggles with daytime sleep. Our body's circadian rhythm is regulated by sunlight. However, when a third shift worker is trying to sleep during the daytime, the nuclear in the brain is alerted by the light that keeps the brain awake while one's trying to sleep. A sleep expert I interviewed explained that night shift workers often experience frequently a weakness due to overstimulated nervous system. Once a week, even a small amount of light can reactivate their brains, causing a vicious sleep cycle. To understand how daylight affected their sleep, I interviewed 4 third shift workers and mapped out their sleep journey to spot the pain points. In the end, I identified 3 main challenges, which also inspired my final interventions. Daydreamer. A sleeping kit is specifically designed for the daytime rester to reduce environmental disturbances. This kit includes meditation pajama, glimpsy sleeping mask, and a tactile alarm clock. Let's start with the first one. Due to an overstimulated nervous system, many night shift workers feel it hard to fall asleep even after work ends. Inspired by a meditation tool that helped the people focus on following a visual path and getting to the flow, I decided to adapt this idea in a softer and more sleep-friendly way. Instead of using vision, which will keep the brain alert, I brought the tactile experience onto pajamas. Through touching, users can track the pattern, ease their tension, and quietly guide themselves into sleep. Here's how it works. After falling asleep, night shift workers often suffer from frequently wake up. So how might we help daytime sleeper carry out basic tasks like using the restroom or pick up deliveries without exposing them to harsh sunlight that keep it harder to go back to sleep? I designed a solution by inserting an ND-PVC light dimming sheet directly into the sleeping mask. Night shift worker can take action in the night-like environment even during the day. It minimizes the impact of light on their eyes. Here's how it works. Beyond light disruption, daytime resters often struggle with another hidden challenge, a distorted sense of time caused by irregular biological rhythm. So, how might we help daytime resters correct their misjudgment of time, reducing their reliance on visual cues to check the time? I explore a different approach, shifting the perception of time from sight to touch. This solution helps daytime resters gently sense the passage of time without needing to open their eyes or reaching for their phones. Here's how it works. Daydreamer aims to empower nighttime workers with innovation solutions that enhance the quality of their daytime sleep. All three interventions above are designed to bring more convenience and freedom to the unsung hero that keep the city running. Even though we might not see them, we must remember this group of people that work silently while we sleep. Thank you to everyone who has supported, encouraged, and helped me along this journey. You made this possible. Thank you.
Yeah, do you want to try?
You have the mask? Yeah, I think we
Yeah.
have to see the mask. Yeah. Oh, hold on. You have to show the unboxing. Yeah.
What?
Oh, I'm taking this whole kit home.
Thank you. Do you want to try the mask?
I think they have to see the graphics on the box first.
Okay.
Yeah. And the closed. Great. All right, good? We're making an unboxing video literally right now. Okay. Okay,
try?
this is great. Yeah, I'll try it for sure. Because I'm kind of nervous, and this will make it easier.
It can actually work.
Yeah?
And that, yeah.
Okay, Velcro? Like this?
Yeah.
Yeah, that is
Can you actually see?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's great. I really want that alarm clock.
Yeah, that's
I
also
really want that
interesting.
alarm clock. Yeah. This is a great kit. What was challenging? What was the most challenging thing for you with the project?
I think the most challenging and most interesting part for me is to design for a group of people that not related to me. Yeah. And I think this is very value. I really enjoying the journey to like connect with the people that I know little about. And I think this like allowed me to design from a like objective perspective without like any prejudice. I think it's very value for me. Yeah.
Oh, that's so beautifully put. Yeah, I think a designer's job is to, make the invisible visible. In this instance, you picked an entire community, and I think just showed a lot of care and respect. Beautiful project.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ellen.
Please welcome to the stage for our final presentation, Tao Tao Holmes.
I just have to do one thing real quick. Hey, Zoe?
Hi, Tao.
Could you put my phone down for a nap so I can give the audience my full attention? Thanks, Zoe.
You're welcome.
That's Zoe. I'm Tao Tao, and this is a project about staying meaningfully connected to the kids we care about. Zoe lives in Oregon, and I used to see her every week. Now, I'm lucky if I see her once a year. Many of us have Zoes in our lives, kids we care deeply about, but only see on occasion. And while technology can help keep us connected, FaceTime isn't always an option or enough. So we send gifts, and those gifts can hold a lot of weight. As Che Costello of MoMA says, gifting has largely been my relationship with my nieces and nephews. I'm quite desperate to let them know I care about them and still be somewhat relevant in their lives. A gift, as defined by Merriam-Webster, is something voluntarily transferred by one person to another without compensation. It might be used to show favor, honor an occasion, or provide assistance, and it may or may not come with an expectation of reciprocity. People love talking about what makes a good or bad gift or gift giver, but for the purposes of my thesis, a good gift is something that builds a relationship between an adult and a kid. Most modern American gifting takes place within a dyad, that is, a group of two, the smallest possible social group. And today's gifting dyad is deeply embedded within our consumer landscape. Last year, Americans spent $24 billion on gifts, a number that's only expected to go up. There's plenty of literature when it comes to adult gifting dyads, exploring topics such as errors in gift giving, gift card design, and the evolution of gifting registries. However, despite the amount that's produced and spent on gifts for kids, there's little to be found on the subject. I spoke with experts across retail, design, and academia, and I found that neither the short-term nor long-term goals and effects of gifting to children have been formally studied. Michelle Weinberger, a professor and prolific gift researcher, published a paper last year calling for a new generation of relational gifting research. After sharing my questions with her, she told me, "We don't have an understanding for a lot of these things, the things you're interested in." She didn't say it that way. Michelle's research explores a variety of gift-giving frameworks. In addition to dyads, she writes about gift circuits, more complex ecosystems involving gifts circulating within a larger community. Such circuits harken back to cultures and eras where gifting rituals were and are much more circular and communal. In his book, The Gift, Lewis Hyde writes of the many indigenous cultures in which the value of a gift comes from its movement, not its ownership. A movement, he says, that nourishes the parts of our spirit that extend beyond the individual self. A gift that cannot be given away, he writes, ceases to be a gift. The spirit of a gift is kept alive by its constant donation. Here, it's a gift of social cohesion rather than just a commodity. So, are the gifts we're giving to kids just commodities? Or are we building something that can keep growing? A relationship, a connection, a sense of security, a future memory? Acts of attention, rather than objects of accumulation. Today, I'll be sharing 3 design interventions. Each explores the concept of a gift in its own way, yet all are intended to nurture a relationship, whether that relationship takes place in person, apart, or both. Placed within the existing kids' gift landscape, I'm aiming for this upper right quadrant, something that involves the gift giver's active involvement and offers infinite, ongoing interactions with the kid. My explorations began with when an adult and kid are together in person. But physical presence is only one kind. Our attention is more splintered than ever, with one outsized culprit. So, meet Bunky, a bunk bed for smartphones. Bunky began as a provocation, a place to tuck your phone in, but became something more, a site of shared play and accountability. I built and sent prototypes home with a few families, curious for feedback. One parent told me she found the bed a helpful physical reminder of her goal to be more present with family, and that it could be a useful tradition, especially when kids get their first phones. Another said his partner wasn't ready to give up her phone. And Amelia here, well, I'll let the giggles speak for themselves.
I'll put that on the bed.
Okay.
That goes in here. Then put it in here. Put it.
However, there was a hitch. I didn't want Bunky to become yet another novelty-turned-abandoned object. The goal wasn't just less screen time, it was a more ongoing ritual that might support mutual attention and care. So, I did more sketches and prototyping, and I changed Bunky from a prefab object into a DIY kit. Now, the first step is a shared activity, building and decorating, customizing it as yours. I also added a series of storybooks about phones and other creatures who need a nap. This way, Bunky can become a part of, or catalyst for, story time. Let's take a look. Next, I shifted my focus to those kids who aren't in our immediate orbit. With Bunky, your gift is attention and presence. Next, I shifted my focus to those kids who aren't in our immediate orbit. To gather more insight, I brought together a group of adults in their 30s and 40s without kids, but with important Zoes in their lives. Through a set of guided activities, we explored the full spectrum of choosing and giving a gift to a kid. What emerged was a process that often felt high stress and high stakes. What if they see you as old and out of touch? What if their parents don't like what you've chosen? What if choosing a gift highlights your lack of relationship? But participants also expressed beautiful sentiments around what they hope their gifts might bring. One wrote that he wants to give something that shows them that they deserve attention and time, something validating. Another said that a meaningful gift is one that says, I see you, I love you, that gives someone permission, an invitation. To me, they were describing things that can only really be achieved through time spent together. So, how might we give the gift of time? My second project, Make a Holiday, is an app that helps you gift a future memory, making time visible and committing to it. Here's how it works. Kinza has a 7-year-old niece, Saba, whose birthday is coming up in June. But Kinza doesn't want to ship something halfway across the world that her niece might not even like. Plus, Saba is coming to visit in September. So she goes to Make a Holiday and puts together a special day for her and Saba to celebrate when she's in New York. She puts in Saba's favorite animal, dinosaurs, and favorite food, donuts, and is provided with a few name ideas. If she'd like, she can get help planning Dinos and Donuts Day activities. Then she selects an invitation and sends it off to her sister and niece. With Make a Holiday, your gift is time and future tradition. But what about the time in between Thanksgiving and Dinos and Donuts Day? What about the ordinary, ongoing threads that keep a relationship alive, even from a distance? These questions led me to my third and final project, Pencil Pals, a guided drawing exchange by mail. I started testing the concept with my 6-year-old neighbor, Jonas, who may look familiar. Initially, I had us both draw the same prompt, a castle full of your favorite animals, but I immediately realized it would be much more fun for him to come up with his own. So, after asking him to draw all his favorite foods, he sent back his own prompt. Mr. TV watching TV. And from there, we kept going, creating a loop of shared curiosity, anticipation, and imagination that 2 months later is still going. But what kind of relationship were my drawing prompts prompting? And how might these prompts be tailored to a kid's age, personality, interests, and needs? What does a kid need from an adult? And what does an adult need from a kid? A kid's life is hopefully full of multiple adult relationships, each unique and distinct, whether it's with the neighbor, a grandparent, a godparent, former babysitter, teacher, or second cousin once removed. What if there were prompts designed to support the needs and goals behind various types of relationships? To figure this out would take much more time, testing, and expertise than I had available, but some things I could do. 1, enlist Jonas's help to write more prompts for others to draw. 2, create a website to workshop effective messaging and share the concept with potential users. And 3, stage a pop-up to gather feedback and send out more prototypes. Looking at all my leftover materials, I realized there were a lot of big kid relationships in my life that could use some prompting. So I drew more magic hot dogs and flying shoes, and I sent 36 mini pencil pal kits to aunts, uncles, high school friends, former colleagues, and budding acquaintances. I was curious, how many drawings would I get back? And what prompts would people give me? Soon enough, blue envelopes began appearing, and one of the first to arrive was from my cousin Marion's 11-year-old daughter, Isla. I've met Isla once, maybe twice. I'm not sure she really knows who I am, but if family is measured in blood, then Isla is the closest thing I have to a niece. Isla drew telekinesis as her ideal superpower and asked me to draw my favorite food. And she added a note saying she can't wait to see what I send back. And that right there is the most relationship that she and I have ever had. These drawings reminded me that meaningful relationships are hard to maintain at any age. Without prompting, they grow stagnant. And ultimately, our relationships are where we find meaning, make sense of ourselves, and make sense of the world.
Hi, Cow.
Oh, hey Zoe, you're back.
Are you gonna thank me?
Or me?
What about us?
Hey!
What about us?
All right. I was just about to thank all of you. These explorations and this joy would never have been possible without my phenomenal faculty, classmates, friends, and mentors, but especially my parents, who never bought me what I wanted, but always gave me the gifts of time and attention. Thank you.
How many people would want a bunkie to give as a gift? Yeah, how many people would want it for themselves? Yeah. This started so small and got so big. Really, really wonderful. And the last piece of design is like my favorite kind of design. It's like made of nothing. It's made of like paper and pencils and a stamp. I'm wondering, you did like lots of prompts back and forth. Some takeaways, big and small?
Yeah, so my thesis advisor, Alex, really helped me identify the prompt as the heart, the kernel of that project. And the more I thought about it, the more I was just like, there's so much to unpack here. And I think as I sent prompts out to friends and people I know, the harder the prompt and the more it made you sort of think, I think the slower it's going to come back. I think one takeaway is that you can learn something about someone no matter what they draw, whether it's like an octopus juggling bananas or your dream job. But I think someone is going to have a lot more hesitation drawing their dream job than an octopus juggling bananas. So just like one little insight into, is this just a fun thing they're going to draw, or am I prompting them to think about like the future or a dream or something like that?
I mean, it was really moving when you had said and written, this is the most relationship we've ever had. Really remarkable.
It's true. That is like.
Yeah. The project's going to move forward, presumably?
Well, I now have 2 pencil pals, so I've got to keep it up with
more.
them.
Yeah.
And a lot more one-time pencil pals. I don't know. Let me know if you want to keep it going. And yeah, I hope to keep exploring in one way or another.
That's great. I think we might have to put this day to bed. Yes?
I think so.
All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
It's a tradition to get all of the students up here with our big logo to take a group photo with the audience present. And then we're going to invite you all out for a champagne toast in the lobby. But can we have all of our amazing, amazing master's thesis, I guess, candidates up to the stage? Thanks. And if I don't get a chance, thank you all for coming. Thank you, everybody on the live stream. I was checking it out. There's amazing comments and support for the students on the live stream, so that'll all be on the recording. And yeah, please do stick around, join us for a toast. Thank you.